Chapter 41. Secret 3. Jenny's words were spoken lightly, but the expression that shone through her eyes was particularly icy. Would you like to try? Try and see if we can't destroy this safe house of yours? For a moment, the three people inside and outside the door all fell silent. Yu Hong remained silent, his expression changing, evidently pondering and hesitating. After a long silence, he slowly began to speak. Such a trade is not fair. I need to know why you are so sure that with my help you can escape the assault of the withered woman Evil Shadow. That you can survive. Outside the door, Jenny's face remained impassive as she took a drink from her water bag. The moment she heard these words, she knew the other party was considering compromise. This was also one of my husband's research topics. I can give it to you later as compensation for the trade. But you must help us get through this crisis first. How are you going to get through it? Yu Hong asked. Large pyroxene stones. Only enough large pyroxene stones will do. Jenny replied. I can only give you 3 at most. That's all I have in stock. Yu Hong replied, frowning deeply. 3 should last us a while, as long as we don't face them head-on. They can hold out for quite some time. Jenny quickly said, a hint of joy crossing her face. But how do I ensure that you will keep your promise and tell me the secret to avoiding the evil shadow? Yu Hong said. How about this? I'll tell you part of it, then you place 2 stones outside the door for us to pick up, and afterward I'll tell you the final part. Then you give me the last stone, Jenny suggested quickly. This is less secure for us, but it ensures your interest. What do you say? Agreed. Yu Hong fell silent for a moment before affirmatively replying. He stood up and went to a corner of the cave, where he dug out his stash of large pyroxene stones. He had a total of 5 left. The Wolf Fang Club and the door often needed to be replaced, so there were only these few intact large pyroxene stones. After all, he had been researching the talisman array recently, and the Black Mark couldn't spare the time to create and restore the less cost-effective large pyroxene stones. Taking out 3 of them, he returned to the rear of the door and sat down beside the stone wall. I've got the items. You back away. Okay. Jenny, too, had steadied her emotions somewhat. She took her daughter off the stone steps and backed away. From a distance, the 2 watched the wooden door of the cave closely, paying attention to every movement. About half a minute later, the door emitted a crisp crack and slowly began to open, revealing a slit. A hand held a large pyroxene stone and gently placed it on the ground outside. This was the first one. The hand withdrew, took out the second stone, and placed it beside the first. Crack. The door closed again. Go! Jenny's face revealed joy as she quickly approached, climbed the stone steps, and picked up the 2 large pyroxene stones from the ground. Now you can tell me how you avoid the evil shadow, right? Yu Hong's voice came from behind the door. I can tell you half, Jenny said, glancing at her equally joyful daughter, signaling her to back off a little. The shadow and the evil shadow are actually the same. Before they attack a living person, they will cause a series of omens. We can detect these omens with instruments and make predictions in advance, preparing ourselves so they can't appear and attack smoothly. She paused before continuing. According to my husband's research, using the red value detector, as long as you keep the red value within a certain range, it will cause the shadow to hesitate, to waver, and to be indecisive. Do they have consciousness?
Yu Hong précède.
Uncertain, Jenny replied. Anything else you want to ask? How do you know the red value range of the evil shadow? Yu Hong asked with narrowed eyes. Based on the average intensity of the shadow's red value, adjusted upwards. It's not difficult. The hard part is how to stabilize this value. Generally, whether it's the shadow or the evil shadow, their appearance will cause the red value to spike rapidly, reaching the upper limit. This is the fundamental reason why we need your large pyroxene stones, Jenny quickly said. Finally, Yu Hong mentioned sunlight number 1. The secret to evading the pursuit of the evil shadow is far more than enough in exchange for 3 large pyroxene stones, Jenny said coldly. If you want sunlight number 1 as well, more large pyroxene stones will be needed for the trade. I have a few more questions. If you're willing to answer them, I can give you another large pyroxene stone. Yu Hong continued. For stones? Okay, but I need to judge the value of the questions. Agreed. The two quickly reached another agreement. Now, first tell me the red value range you used to avoid the evil shadow. I'll supply the third large pyroxene stone, Yu Hong said. Okay. The evasive red value range for the evil shadow is between 120 and 140. As long as it's maintained within this range, the evil shadow will be in a state of almost appearing but unable to appear. However, maintaining this state will continuously consume and release red value. After half an hour, the evil shadow will retreat, Jenny replied readily. Good. Back away and I'll give you the third stone. Yu Hong also responded promptly. Although he wouldn't truly believe it, it at least had reference value. Okay. Jenny agreed and slowly backed off. But this time, she didn't really back far away but instead circled halfway and hid on the left side of the wooden door. Then, with a single grab, she effortlessly climbed like a rock climber onto the wall on the left side of the cave door. After securing her position, she pulled out a black-painted dagger from behind her waist with her right hand, aiming at the door. As soon as the door opened, her position would allow her to leap down in an instant and capture the person inside. With her professional combat skills, it would take only seconds to subdue a frail man like Yu Hong. Seconds ticked by. Soon, crack. The wooden door gently opened a crack. The crack widened and widened until it was large enough for a hand to stretch out and take out a large pyroxene stone. At that moment, Jenny leaped from the side, firmly grasped the wooden door, and squeezed her body inside. As long as she could get behind the door, with her fighting abilities, Yu Hong would be no match. Click. A handgun was raised, aiming at her chest. Just as Jenny dived into the cave and was about to rise and pounce, pinning down Yu Hong, a dark muzzle had already been raised, targeting her. The gun barrel remained motionless, only a few centimeters from her chest, and the person holding the gun was Yu Hong. His expression was calm as he stretched out his hand and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Jenny was shocked, her body swiftly retreating, as she rolled sideways out of the door and landed with a thud on the ground, scattering droplets of blood. She was hit on the right side of her chest. At such close range, it was only thanks to the other person's terrible marksmanship, or perhaps their ignorance about the recoil of the firearm. This oversight gave her the only chance at survival. Jenny was utterly stunned. The guy actually had a gun. With a gun, he acted so cowardly, so pretentious. Her mind was in turmoil, experiencing for the first time the evil in people's hearts. Yu Hong's motives and intentions tumbled over and over in her mind, but she couldn't figure out why he would do this. Struggling to her feet, she sprinted to her daughter's side and snatched the wooden stick from her hands. "Run!" she commanded harshly. The intense pain made her face contort slightly, but this pain only sharpened her mind further. She had been caught off guard this time, but once she took care of her wounds and got back, she had plenty of ways to kill Yu Hong. As long as he still had to come out to gather firewood, fetch water, or find food, she could ambush and kill him. If that didn't work, the last few kinds of chemical poison powder left by her husband could be silently sprayed into his breathing holes and kill him imperceptibly. The two of them hastily ran towards the distance. Bang! Another shot rang out. Jenny fell to the ground in response, sprawling forward, with a patch of blood slowly seeping into her clothing on her lower back, spreading wider and wider. Aifu, pulled by her mother, fell to the ground with her. Seeing her mother's injuries, Aifu was visibly stunned. After a few moments, she trembled, reaching out a hand to touch her mother, but dared not make contact due to the contagion of the evil shadow. "Run!" Jenny propped up her face, palely instructing her daughter. Seeing no response from her daughter, she mustered all her strength. "Run!" she yelled, shoving two large pyroxene stones into her daughter's hands. "Freeze, kneel down." Yu Hong's voice came from behind. He still held the gun, aimed at Aifu, and approached step by step. But Aifu panicked, grabbed the large pyroxene stones, turned, and fled. She didn't even glance at her mother on the ground again, frantically dashing towards the distant forest, stumbling and falling, then getting up again, not looking back, gradually increasing the distance. "If you don't want Jenny to die, stay where you are and don't move," Yu Hong shouted, aiming at Jenny with the gun as he walked to her rear. His voice echoed in the woods. But unfortunately for him, Aifu appeared indifferent, as if she hadn't heard a word, continuing to surge forward, soon vanishing into the depths of the forest. Yu Hong lowered his gun and looked down at Jenny on the ground, who had already bled a large pool on the grass, coloring a small area of the ground red. It looked like she was done for. "Got any last words?" he asked indifferently. Different from the first time he had killed someone long ago, now he seemed to have adapted to the basic rules of this era and this environment. "Aifu, she'll survive." Jenny's pupils had begun to dilate. "She'll live. To avenge me." "A pleasant fantasy," Yu Hong said expressionlessly, no longer looking at her, and quickly headed towards the bunker where Jenny and Aifu had been living. He ran at full speed, chasing furiously. Finally, after using the second stalk of cool air, thud! A large wolf fang club viciously struck the back of Aifu's head, knocking her to the ground. In the woods, on a grassy area some 30 or 40 meters away from the post office, Yu Hong caught up with Aifu. Looking at the dazed girl on the ground, he glanced around, then approached and pried the large pyroxene stones out of her hands with the wolf fang club. Of course, not with his hands, but with the wolf fang club. Aifu was infected with the withered woman evil shadow, and who knew if direct body contact would also be contagious. "Goodbye," he said softly to the girl.
No.
"Don't." Aifu struggled, her voice as faint as a mosquito's, tears streaming down her cheeks. Thud! Several more muffled sounds followed. Yu Hong turned, carrying the wolf fang club, and left, only leaving behind Aifu, who had completely passed out on the spot. Blood kept flowing down Aifu's forehead. More and more. Yu Hong didn't kill her. After all, Aifu hadn't been part of Jenny's threats, and she was just an ignorant child, young and not understanding many things. So he just broke her limbs and finally knocked her unconscious. Chapter 42. Secret 4. Walking back to the safe house, Yu Hong's heart kept churning with the image of the unconscious Aifu. He had actually wanted to kill her outright, but when it came down to it, he just couldn't do it. He used to be just an ordinary person, an office worker. Even though he had knocked out 2 soldiers in self-defense the previous time, he had never killed anyone. Yes, he had only knocked out 2 people. If they woke up in time, they could have survived. So he hadn't really killed anyone. As long as they didn't die immediately by his hand, it didn't count. And this time was the same. He couldn't bear to kill, couldn't bear to see a living, moving, and fussing life, an equal life, gradually fade away under his hands. That indescribable feeling made him feel increasingly nauseous, wanting to vomit. Perhaps he would get used to it in the future, but now, at least at this moment, he still had mercy in his heart. He was still just an ordinary person. When he arrived in front of the cave's safe house, Yu Hong gave the unconscious Jenny a few more hits with his club, breaking her limbs. Then he took her keys and dagger before finally settling down in the house, starting a fire, stripping off his sweat-soaked clothes, and sitting bare-chested by the fire. Without moving, he just sat quietly, the 3 talisman arrays stacked beside him, within arm's reach. He remained silent for a long time, perhaps over an hour. Sigh! Yu Hong sighed, his eyes showing a hint of confusion and sadness as he watched the flames dance in the fireplace. "I don't want this," he said quietly. "But this is the situation, this is how people are outside. It's not my fault." He reached out, taking the handgun from its holster at his waist. This black Aurora-forged handgun was now completely out of bullets. The shots fired just before used up the 2 rounds he had left in reserve. Having no more bullets, it was time to try enhancing it. He held the grip of the gun, and Yu Hong silently invoked. Enhance firearm direction. Automatic bullet replenishment. Insufficient integrity. The black mark clearly wasn't going to be fleeced so easily. Turning a regular handgun into one with infinite bullets in one go obviously wasn't going to happen. Yu Hong thought for a moment, then changed his approach. Enhance firearm direction. Reduce recoil. Reload bullets once. Insufficient integrity. The black mark's feedback still wasn't enough. Yu Hong's brow furrowed immediately, and he started trying other directions for enhancement. But it seemed that none of the directions allowed for replenishing bullets. When he recalled the previously enhanced items, many would automatically complete or even come with a repair function, like the door. So, he simply took a handgun and started with the most basic recoil enhancement. Finally, the countdown began, and the time was 32 minutes. Not too long. Yu Hong just sat and waited quietly, organizing his thoughts and future plans. In a short time, the countdown ended. The handgun in front of him blurred for a moment and then became clear again. The clear handgun still looked the same, but its appearance was obviously much newer, and the Aurora manufacturing mark had disappeared. Yu Hong quickly picked it up, ejecting the magazine. It was completely empty, which saddened him. It seems that it still can't replenish bullets, which means that bullets are considered a separate item from the handgun. He gave up on the gun and stood up to begin exercising. The advanced physical training method had given him a great deal of help up to now, not to mention his improved running speed and ease. After exercising, he had some thick soup, and the sky outside was gradually darkening. Yu Hong thought about Jenny and her daughter's situation, and there was a puzzle in his heart that he couldn't unravel. If we go by what Dr. Su said, Jenny's family is definitely not normal. Jenny herself obviously has combat training and even carries a dagger. Her daughter, Aifu, is proficient in ancient languages and several foreign languages, which are impossible to teach in such a small place due to insufficient educational resources. So, this means they must have lived in a large place with a good environment before, and strangely enough, even in order to explore the secrets of the Black Disaster, Jenny's husband should not have brought his whole family here. Family would obviously be safer in a large place. Why would he bring his family here willingly? Yu Hong couldn't figure it out. However, the good news was, he planned to visit Jenny and her daughter's home tomorrow to see if he could find anything useful like the Sunshine No. 1. It was now completely dark outside. Yu Hong sat alone on the round stool, drinking the freshly cooked sweet soup. Outside the door, the soft rustling was all the crawling sounds of black insects. As soon as they entered, they were burned by the firelight and turned into black smoke. By now, he had become quite calm in the face of the Black Disaster's assault. Compared to the Black Disaster, the Shadow and the Evil Shadow posed a much greater threat to him. He casually took out a wooden array plate he had drawn and began to strengthen it again. If only the fireplace could add firewood automatically so I wouldn't have to care about it, then I could sleep peacefully, not having to manually add wood every half hour. He let out a sigh softly. The night passed without incident. The next morning, he was fully armed with the Wolf Fang Club and left the house early. First, he went to where Jenny had been lying. This guy had crawled about 10 meters across the grass, finally leaning against a tree, disappearing completely and leaving nothing but a heap of clothes scattered on the ground. Yu Hong checked the clothes, ensuring there were no black marks or handprints, then rolled them up and put them in the safe house inside the cave. These fabrics could also be used to make a lot of miscellaneous things, having a wide range of uses. Now that the people who made leather and clothing were gone, they had to conserve the fabric. Skipping over Jenny, Yu Hong continued to head toward the post office, quickly arriving at the spot where Aifu had fallen. As expected, in the grass where Aifu had fallen, there was only a set of clothing left scattered and unmoving. This time, however, Yu Hong did not dare to touch it carelessly, because there was a clear black mark on the trousers of these clothes. He picked up some stones and threw them onto the clothes to weigh them down, making sure they wouldn't be blown around by the wind. Only then did he continue towards the post office gathering area. Dr. Su's dwelling was also nearby. He had to alert her in advance to avoid any misunderstandings. After all, now there were only the two of them, both living people, in the vicinity. When he passed by the post office, Yu Hong suddenly paused, unexpectedly stopping in his tracks. Outside the stone house of the post office, there was actually someone sweeping the leaves and branches in the courtyard with a broom. The person looked like a backpacker, wearing blue and white camouflage clothes, sporting an earthy yellow backpack and a duckbill cap. Approximately 1.8 meters tall, very stout, with dark skin. The other person also saw Yu Hong, put down the broom, and walked slowly toward him. "Hello. I'm the new postman, Li Rushan." He didn't come too close but stopped about 5 meters away. "I'm Yu Hong. I live nearby." Yu Hong briefly introduced himself. "Are you really a postman?" He was somewhat skeptical. "Here is my ID, medals, and tools." Li Rushan took out a dark blue booklet and flipped it open for Yu Hong to see. The booklet indeed contained a red-stamped identity document with the Republic's United People's Army postal system printed on it, followed by the national emblem, name, and document number. The medals were much simpler. Li Rushan just lifted one hand, showing the inside of his coat, which was adorned with a dozen medals of varying sizes and colors. "I'm an old soldier, served for more than 10 years with the field forces." Sigh. Who would have thought the world could change so suddenly? The nearby towns were relocated. "Did you know?" Yu Hong asked. "Yeah, I'm not from the town. The relocated towns have merged with Hope City, and now I'm a member of the city," Li Rushan explained. "I was sent from there. Hope City's number is 231. It's commonly known by its nickname, Baiha City." He paused. "Truth be told, not many people are willing to come to this place. After all, there aren't many living people left. But this Baichio village, there's a pyroxene or mine nearby, along with a relic. The relics are just like that. Although they are one of the sources of the Black Disaster, the more important thing turned out to be the accompanying pyroxene or... Nowadays, the shadow and evil shadow are increasing, and in the past month alone, 3 towns have lost contact. The small towns near you are actually quite lucky to have been sealed off and relocated in time, else heh." This person was obviously a chatterbox and seemed to have come down from a big place, having traveled a long distance and having a lot to say. "The relic, accompanying pyroxene or... So, you're saying that the luminous stone originates from the same place as the Black Disaster?"
Yu Hong frowned.
"Most of them do. However, there is also a lot of pyroxene or discovered separately." "Oh, right, my superior asked me to contact a Silver Tower researcher named Frayne here." "Do you know him?" Li Rushan asked straightforwardly. "I don't know him." Yu Hong's mind flashed through images of Jenny and Ifu. "Then they are probably gone," Li Rushan murmured, stuffing a dark-looking thing into his mouth and casually chewing. "To be honest, I was pushed out by the city, offended some people, and got assigned here. You understand the environment outside. The shadow is everywhere, the Black Disaster is getting stronger, and once out here, you don't live for much longer. Most of the people sent out can't return." Yu Hong was speechless. "But I actually volunteered to come here. I just couldn't stomach those disgusting things in the city," Li Rushan said. "Let's talk about the Silver Tower researcher. Are you sure he was coming here? If he died here, would it be possible for someone else to be sent?" Yu Hong looked at him with a slightly hopeful gaze. He didn't say if they would come, but whether they could. This suggested he was more hopeful that there would be a follow-up. "I don't know, but I guess once things ease up top, someone will probably be sent again. After all, this place is one of the original sources of the Black Disaster. The initial protection runes were discovered in places like these," Li Rushan replied. "Protection runes?" Yu Hong asked curiously. "Yeah, the symbols on the luminous stones." "All right, I won't say any more. I still have to tidy up the post office. Wait, there's a black mark from the evil shadow woman in your basement. Be careful not to touch it." Yu Hong kindly warned him, in gratitude for all the information shared. "Okay, thanks. I've seen it." Li Rushan smiled, his expression softening. Clearly, as a postman, he must have more ways of handling things than an ordinary person. Even the traces left by the evil shadow were not too challenging to deal with as mere traces. "Oh, by the way, I have 2 letters here for Su Ruoying and Yu Hong." He suddenly remembered something, swiftly pulling out 2 envelopes from his bag, checking the addresses, and handing one of them to Yu Hong. This one's for you, Yu Hong, right? Yeah. Thank you. Yu Hong took the letter curiously, wondering who would have written to him from afar since he hadn't been in this place long. Suddenly, he thought of someone. Chapter 41 Shin. A toast to her sincerity, Alliance Hierarch. The sun shone brightly, and the shadows of the trees swayed. The clothes left behind by Ifu after being devoured were blown around by the wind, but remained stationary due to the weight of the stone holding them in place. On the grass, a small black centipede slowly emerged from the soil, moving towards the pile of clothes. The centipede didn't crawl directly on top, but circled around the clothes again and again. After finding it couldn't get inside the clothes, the centipede seemed impatient and turned to crawl elsewhere. Thud! At that moment, a black hand extended from the pile of clothes, pinning the centipede down. Whoosh! The black hand retracted into the clothes and vanished, taking the centipede with it. Not long after, the pile of clothes seemed to be grabbed by something and pulled to the side, causing the stone to roll away. The clothes appeared to be moved by the wind, rolling continuously, as if animated, heading towards the previous gathering place of the post office. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. With a swish, the envelope was torn open, and the letter inside was unfolded. Yu Hong carefully read the hard-won letter. I am Lin Yi. I have been at this coastal base for 3 days. According to the regulations, our squad will be stationed here for a long time, so you can send future letters directly here. The address is at the end. But remember not to send any important items, as they might get lost halfway. It is indeed Yi. Yu Hong breathed a sigh of relief, and seeing that stammering Yi was okay, he felt his worries ease. He continued to read. I left in a hurry that day, but I don't regret leaving. Baiqiu village is becoming more and more unfamiliar and dangerous to me. There were marks of erasure here, indicating that some words were written but later deleted. My father and grandfather disappeared, and one day my mother went out and never came back. I remember then that the food at home ran out, so I ate mice and bugs. Later, even the mice and bugs became scarce, and I had eaten bark and mud. Then my stomach swelled, and my mind became increasingly unclear. I realized then that I couldn't eat mud and bark anymore, so I walked out. I stayed outside one night. You wouldn't believe it, but luckily, there were no black bugs that night, and I survived. The place I stayed was the pyroxene or mine near the village. If you ever find yourself in a pinch, you can go there too. But remember not to stay too long. When I returned from there, I had a fever that very day. I don't remember much of what happened afterward, only that a grandfather, who wanted to break into the house to steal things, saved me. Asterisk, I was very young then, and quite foolish, not understanding anything, so I gave everything to him. Whenever I was on the brink of survival, he would come out and give me a little food. But after I grew up a bit, I never saw him again. Maybe he died. Asterisk. All right, I've said so much. I just wanted to tell you that I'm okay. Really, so don't worry. By the way, this letter was written by my roommate Anselin. She's a very nice person and treats me well. If you have anything good, you can send some to her. Seeing this last sentence, Yu Hong couldn't help but laugh. It was clear that this sentence couldn't have been said by stammering Yi. It was probably added by her roommate herself. The fluency of the language might also have been polished by this person. But it didn't matter. At least this content proved that stammering Yi was indeed all right. Moreover, she had the mood to reminisce about the past, indicating she should be in a relatively stable environment. After reading the letter, he turned the paper over and indeed found a rather sloppy map on the back. The map depicted Baiqiu village, the post office, the town, the pyroxene or mine, and the ruins, among other places. Lines connected these locations, with numbers written next to them. Yu Hong examined it closely and realized that these numbers seemed to represent the time stammering Yi estimated it took her to walk between these places. His expression softened. With this rudimentary map, he now had a clear idea of the locations of the mine and the ruins. As he was about to fold the letter and store it away, his gaze seemed to linger on a particular spot on the map. He paused, unfolded the map again, and examined it closely. Indeed, on the map, right next to the ruins, there was a small black dot. This black dot was inconspicuous on the map, but next to it was a carefully crossed-out red X, with a small line of text. "Whatever you do, don't go there. Even Baichio village doesn't have this mark. It seems this place is far more dangerous than Baichio village." He carefully memorized this location. After storing the letter, he quickened his pace, heading towards the burrow where Jenny and her daughter lived. Soon enough, he arrived at the entrance of the burrow. He stopped. He glanced around the burrow area, making sure there was no one else, and then took a large pyroxene stone from his pocket and approached the door step by step. He crouched in front of the door, inserted a key, and gently turned and pulled it upward. Click. The wooden door, disguised as a lawn, made a clear unlocking sound and was then pulled open. Yu Hong peered inside and saw a dark and deep tunnel, lingering hesitantly on his face. In a place like this, once you go down inside and someone blocks the entrance, you're as good as dead. If Jenny and her daughter were still here, they would know if there were any other exits inside. But he was not the owner and didn't know what dangers and exits were inside. Whoosh! He promptly closed the wooden door again and locked it. Then he turned and left. "I need someone to keep guard outside so I can attempt to go in and search." Actually, there was another way, but it wasn't appropriate to use it at this moment. Quickly leaving Jenny's, he headed straight to Dr. Su's residence. Unlike Jenny's, the burrow where Dr. Su lived was just an ordinary hill cellar. The door was sturdy, with a cross-shaped window on one side. From the outside, it looked as if this hill had been completely hollowed out. Knock, knock, knock. Yu Hong stepped forward and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" Dr. Su's cautious voice came from inside. "It's me, Yu Hong. When was the last time we parted ways? Before the peak burst, you'd better check if the large pyroxene stone reacts first."
Yuong reminded.
There was a moment of silence behind the door, and a few seconds later, the wooden door clicked open. Dr. Su's face emerged, looking a bit tired and haggard, but her eyes were much brighter than before. "You're just in time. My herbal medicine succeeded." Her tone was full of excitement. "I tested it on mice and found that it can indeed replace the treatment and disinfection of wounds inflammation. It only works a little weaker than mycin. Of course, I'm also making my own penicillin and erythromycin, but I can't solve the pollution interference. I need better sterilization equipment." She pulled Yu Hong inside, locked the door, and then eagerly headed further into the house. This cellar had 3 rooms in total. One was the bedroom with a bed, another was piled with various utensils and tools, clearly a workspace, and the third one was a storage room, seemingly doubling as a bathroom. The entire underground house had a strong musty smell, cold and damp, typical of most basement cellars. "Come, over here. The herbs I promised you. They're truly finished this time." Dr. Su's face was flushed, seemingly in a state of euphoria. She pulled Yu Hong into the workspace and pointed at a dish of green, mud-like paste being stirred. "Here it is. I did it. I tried it on mice. The inflammation completely vanished. It's a brand new anti-inflammatory drug. If society still functioned, I'd surely make a fortune. Earn lots and lots of money." "Amazing!" Yu Hong nodded, appreciating Dr. Su's skills much more now. If this herbal medicine could indeed be used, it meant they would subsequently have a consistent supply of herbal remedies. This was undeniably a significant benefit for them, especially with the severe shortage of medicine. However, his current visit wasn't to see Dr. Su's new medicine. Once she had calmed down a bit from her excited rambling, he collected his thoughts and seriously said to Dr. Su, "Do you remember Jenny's daughter, Aifu? The one who tried to infect us with the black handprint?" "Of course. It's been so long. She's dead, right?" Dr. Su frowned, her emotions calming slightly from excitement. She vaguely sensed that Yu Hong's sudden visit might indicate something out of the ordinary. "She is dead," Yu Hong nodded. "And her mother, Jenny, is dead too." "Jenny's dead too?" Dr. Su showed slight surprise but soon accepted it. "Makes sense. Her daughter probably infected her too with that thing. Better off dead. I've seen their true colors. She paused, then looked at Yu Hong. Did you know there's a new postman? Yes, I just met him. His name is Li Russian. He seems like a decent person. Yu Hong nodded. He can deliver letters, Dr. Su continued. He sent me a letter. I plan to reply, but the cost is rather high. She frowned. Yu Hong was also considering this. The large pyroxene stones were heavy, difficult to send, and might get lost along the way. No, they would certainly be taken. That's just right. Jenny and her daughter are dead, but their goods and supplies are still there, Yu Hong said quietly. Hearing this, Dr. Su's eyes also brightened. A moment later, the two of them were back at Jenny's burrow. Yu Hong lifted the cover, revealing the dark tunnel below, then looked at Dr. Su. Who's going in? Though he trusted Dr. Su more than others, entering a sealed tunnel at this time still made him anxious. I will, Dr. Su said without hesitation, and she bent over and crawled into the tunnel. Soon, she disappeared into the darkness. Yu Hong stood watch at the entrance, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. After about 5 minutes, there was movement from the tunnel again. Dr. Su emerged, struggling to drag a large plastic bag from the tunnel. Got it. She was covered in dirt, her hair drenched with sweat. Her gray blouse also soaked, revealing her full curves, but she didn't mind. There were quite a few good things inside, but I didn't dare take much. There were many things I didn't dare touch. What do you mean? Yu Hong frowned, pulling her out. Although there were no visible marks on many items inside, the large pyroxene stone I carried reacted immediately when I got close, Dr. Su said, pulling a large pyroxene stone from around her neck, used as a pendant. The stone was more than half faded to ash color. But I did manage to get the most important items out. The rest can be taken later. Her expression shifted as she pulled a black box from her pocket, resembling a pager, palm-sized, with a gray LCD screen in the middle. Chapter 42. Second letter. Thanks to Nguyen Zueyu, the Alliance Hierarch. Red value detector. Yu Hong laughed. His impression of the device was deep. Without it, as Jenny had described, evading would have been utterly ineffective. Snap. Dr. Su turned on the button to try it out. Hiss. Immediately, a red light emerged from the detector, and the data on the LCD screen began to change rapidly. Z. The data soared at an alarming rate. 50, 80, 120, 230. The red light from the detector grew increasingly dazzling. Yu Hong and Dr. Su were both stunned for a moment. Bang! Suddenly, Yu Hong reached out and shoved Dr. Su hard, and they collapsed to the ground separately. In the instant they split apart, a black shadow appeared behind Dr. Su, stretching out its hand towards her. Beep! The sharp alarm of the red value detector sounded. Yu Hong rolled on the spot, jumped up, and swung the Wolf Fang club at the black shadow. The Wolf Fang club swooshed through the air and smashed directly onto the head of the black shadow. But eerily, the Wolf Fang club seemed to strike into a patch of black fog, whiffing through the air underneath the shadow without contact. The 3 large pyroxene stones inside it also instantaneously turned into a cloud of ash, disintegrating into nothing. The red value detector suddenly paused, and the numbers plummeted, dropping by 200. Then it was 150, 100, 60, 30. It stopped at 30, but within a few seconds, the numbers began to surge upwards again. Let's go! Yu Hong rushed over to pull Dr. Su up, and the two of them sprinted away towards the distance. The alarm from the red value detector on their bodies quickly sounded again. The sharp alarm echoed through the surrounding woodland, and in the place they left behind, at Jenny's tunnel entrance, a black shadow was rapidly regaining its form. In a mere 3 seconds, the evil shadow had completely reformed and suddenly vanished from the spot. Huff! 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 Yu Hong gasped for breath, running while checking the large pyroxene stones on his body. The 3 inside the Wolf Fang club were all gone, turned into white ash. The talisman array he carried on his body and 3 other large pyroxene stones were still there. Just like that, it destroyed my 3 large pyroxene stones. That must have been the evil shadow. He tried to steady his breathing and shouted loudly. Dr. Su hurried along behind him, seemingly even a bit more fit than he was. But it made sense. He thought whoever was less fit wouldn't have survived until now. "Where are we, Huff, going now?" she asked. "To my place. It's the only place that might be able to stop that thing."
Yuhong repliait urgently.
"I didn't grab my medicine?" Dr. Su's face changed. "Survival is more important. We can get it later," Yuhong said. The two rapidly dashed through the woodland, with nothing seeming to chase or catch up behind them. However, they felt an indescribable chill in their hearts, closing in quickly. Trees on both sides retreated swiftly, and the grass beneath their feet was stamped with clear footprints. Z. Suddenly, Yuhong halted his steps and looked straight ahead. His abrupt stop nearly caused Dr. Su, who was following, to collide with him. "What?" Before Dr. Su could ask, she too saw what was in front of them. A black figure was standing quietly behind a large tree ahead, revealing only half of its unkempt black hair. A ragged black dress, messy and dry black hair, and an unseen face, along with the rapidly rising red value data. All these signs pointed to the identity of the figure, Evil Shadow. Yuhong slowly backed away, but Dr. Su suddenly tugged at his sleeve. "Behind us, there's one too." Dr. Su's voice trembled as it reached him. Yuhong slightly turned his body, tensely looking behind him. Sure enough, another figure in a black dress stood behind a tree. No, not just behind. He shivered all over as he saw that behind every tree around them, a figure with black hair was slowly moving out. 10, 20, 30, 50, possibly even more. They densely gathered behind the trunks, heads lowered, long hair hanging over their faces, standing quietly and waiting, encircling the two of them. How are there so many?" Dr. Su's voice altered, as if she had lost her normal tone and become someone else. "Do you have Jenny's things with you?" Yuhong took a deep breath and asked in a low voice. I have them," Dr. Su responded, their backs to each other, their clothes soaked with sweat. They didn't dare make any rash movements. "Hold tight." Yuhong took another deep breath, suppressing the fear in his heart, and grabbed the only talisman array hidden inside his clothing. "Stay close to me." His voice softened. "I'll count to 3 and we run." Dr. Su turned pale and nodded urgently. By then, she had no idea what to do and finally realized what level the evil shadow, which had driven the combined forces of an entire town away, was truly at. 1. Yuhong held the talisman array firmly, ready to pull it out. 2. His other hand touched the position of the 3 large pyroxene stones, ready to grab and throw at any time. All around, the forest was deathly silent. Even the wind had vanished at this moment. Only a deep oppression remained, closing in, trying to overwhelm the two of them. 3. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuhong charged forward, sprinting toward the direction of his cave. He didn't look at the black fog ahead. Instead, he ran headlong into it. He raised the talisman array in one hand and threw a large pyroxene stone forward with the other. Simultaneously, Yuhong called upon a cool current within his body to recover his strength. "Keep up with me," he yelled. The 3 large pyroxene stones he threw flew towards the black fog ahead but disintegrated into white powder before they could get close. Then, he reached forward with the talisman array in his hand. The shape of the black fog twisted rapidly, becoming fuzzy and indistinct as it was disturbed by the 3 large pyroxene stones. Then, as the wooden board of the talisman array rapidly approached, accompanied by the sharp alarm of the red value detector, the talisman array came into instant contact with the black fog. There was a flash of white light, like the sound of a light bulb exploding. The talisman array and the black fog shattered at the same time, dissipating into nothingness, with pieces of broken wood scattered on the grass around. It was at that moment that Yuhong and Dr. Su broke free from the enclosure and fled at full speed towards the cave. The two of them ran desperately, with no dare to pause for a moment. They ran through forests, slopes, and rocky grounds. What would normally take 10 minutes or even half an hour, they forcibly shortened to just 10 minutes. Both were drenched in sweat, their muscles gradually weakening, their lungs on fire, and white spots beginning to blur their vision. Quick! Yu Hong summoned another thread of cool air, regaining his strength instantly. Most of the negative condition of his body was also gone. Only then did he realize that this cool air could not perfectly restore the body's condition but only replenish a large amount of energy for the short term while the physical trauma remained. I can't keep up. Dr. Su was gasping for air behind him. This full-speed sprinting, if she could keep it up for 10 minutes, was already a demonstration of her strong physical fitness. However, in an environment lacking many trace elements, the sprinting was still a massive burden. That she had managed to persist until now was already pushing her limits. We're nearly there. Hurry! Yu Hong stretched out his hand to the front, grabbing her arm with a backward swipe. But in that quick glance back, he saw yet another black figure appearing not 10 meters behind them. They're coming again. Quick! We're almost there. He pushed harder, sprinting forward. Just ahead was the safety of the cave shelter's stone wall, the door coming closer, clearly visible. They were about to arrive. Hiss! Suddenly, a black figure flickered, appearing less than a meter behind the two. The black fog reached out, barely missing Dr. Su at the back. A cold presence enveloped the two instantly, attempting to slow them down. But thankfully it was just short. Bang! Finally, Yu Hong made it. He threw himself against the door, took out the key to unlock it in a frenzy, then rushed inside, tumbling in with Dr. Su. The door, hooked by a foot, locked itself shut. Behind the door, the silver talisman array lit up suddenly with a silver glow, blocking the black fog that rushed towards them from outside. But at this moment, Dr. Su could no longer see. She collapsed on the ground, her eyes blinded by snowflake-like spots. She couldn't see anything. Her body convulsed violently, her leg muscles visibly twitching rapidly. Soon after, she slumped sideways to the ground, curling into a ball, her mouth unconsciously open, saliva mixed with sweat streaming down from the corner of her mouth. She felt herself gradually losing control over her body, starting with her legs, slowly losing all sensation. This loss of feeling was climbing upwards, quickly reaching her thighs, engulfing her entire lower limbs. In the distance, she thought she heard something fiercely slamming against the door, making a loud noise. That sensation of loss climbed up swiftly, passing her lower body, reaching her abdomen, about to reach her chest. Bang! Yu Hong helped Dr. Su up against the stone wall, then picked up the talisman array and walked towards the door. 3 talisman arrays had already been used up, leaving 2, one of which was the strongest version with a silver rune as the core. Reaching the entrance, he stuck the talisman array to the back of the door. Bang! Another loud noise struck the door. Accompanied by the silver gleam from the talisman array, a black fog outside suddenly disappeared. But there were too many black fogs. A new one rushed towards them immediately. Bang! The new black fog also dispersed under the shining silver light, vanishing. Yet more black fogs continued to approach. Bang! 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 One blow after another, violent impacts shook Yu Hong himself to trembling. The silver glow from the talisman array in his hand dimmed quickly, losing effect. He quickly swapped it for another new talisman array and pressed it against the back of the door. One after another, the white and silver lights of the talisman array interwove, rapidly dimming. As the light was about to be snuffed out completely, supposedly only able to hold for a couple more times, the door would be breached. The noise suddenly quieted down. The white light of the talisman array gradually faded, extinguished. Half of the runes remained unbroken. This meant the evil shadows outside had either left or been completely eradicated. Yu Hong didn't dare to move, staying still, sweating as he waited. He held out for over 10 more minutes. When he was sure there was no more activity from the talisman array, confirming that the evil shadows outside really had disappeared or left. He finally relaxed his grip on the talisman array, collapsing to the ground. Bowing his head, he saw his hands marked with red from the talisman array imprint, his body trembling involuntarily. Damn! His face contorted as he clenched his fists tightly, trying to calm the panic in his body. Yes, he still had the physical strength. His current bodily state was purely psychological. This direct confrontation made him truly realize just how perilous the evil shadows were. So close. It was so close. Chapter 45. Idea 1. Inside the safehouse cave, Yu Hong sat down, gasping for breath, trying to regain his strength. He placed the talisman array on the ground, his whole body drenched in sweat, his eyes blurred by it, making it hard to open them. After resting for a few seconds, he turned to check on Dr. Su and found her resting as well with her eyes closed. So he reached out and pressed his hand against the silver talisman array on the door. After a brief pause, he let go and saw a replenishing black countdown appear on the talisman array's surface, finally breathing a sigh of relief. The time wasn't long, just over 40 minutes to fully restore to a perfect state. Dr. Su, are you all right? Yu Hong finally found the time to ask aloud. No response. Yu Hong frowned, turning back again, only to see that Dr. Su was still curled up on the ground, motionless, with sweat and saliva continuously dripping down her chin. Her body twitched and trembled slightly. Dr. Su! Yu Hong called out once more, faintly realizing something was wrong, his expression growing serious. He reached out and pushed her but found there was no response at all. He hurriedly stood up, went to pour a cup of hot water, and tried to feed it to her. Unfortunately, Dr. Su's mouth could no longer close. Her breathing was extremely erratic, and feeding her water like this might cause choking. Yu Hong could only carefully moisten her mouth with a bit of water. Then he dragged her to a softer sleeping bag. I don't have any emergency medicine, and I don't know what's happening to you. The only way now is for you to help yourself, he quickly said while sitting to the side. If you can hear me, can you tell me what I can do to help you? Dr. Su did not respond, just lay there on the sleeping bag, her whole body twitching, unable to move. Her body felt a bit cold, yet sweat continued to seep out. Soon, the fireplace's flames brightened, emitting a thick warmth that slightly eased her body. Her breathing seemed to calm down gradually with the warmth. Seeing her condition improve, Yu Hong also sighed in relief. At this moment, handling provisions and supplies all by himself was overwhelming. Dr. Su was a good person and also a friend of Stammering Yi. If he could save her, he would try his best to do so. He glanced at the countdown on the door and then at the dirt on Dr. Su's face, using a piece of newspaper to wipe her drool and sweat. Sitting beside her, he started rummaging through the bag he had just brought out from the underground hole of Jenny's mother and daughter. The bag wasn't a sack, just a thick black plastic bag with white handles that could be lifted with one hand. Yu Hong tore open the bag and took out the items one by one. The red value detector was on top, placed on the ground. Next was a pair of women's black leather boots, 3 candles, a hardcover brown notebook, a bottle of small red pills whose purpose was unknown, a somewhat dirty black cloth mask, a short knife with a snakeskin pattern sheath, a green handheld console-like box with a screen and cross buttons. Yu Hong first picked up the green box and found a small black switch on the side. Flipping it open. No reaction. He put it down and picked up the bottle of pills, observing through the transparent glass bottle that the red pills inside were new and dry, without any mold. Jenny and Ifu didn't seem to have any illness. So what is this medicine? Emergency anti-inflammatory medicine? Or? He couldn't guess and could only wait for Dr. Su to wake up and test it later. Setting the medicine down, he picked up the short knife and gently unsheathed it. The sharp silver blade was quite clean, with a faint layer of maintenance oil. The back of the blade had a saw-like design, and the side had blood grooves, looking very practical. Clang. Sheathing the short knife, Yu Hong finally reached for the notebook. He picked it up and opened it. Adjust radiation time according to dosage, he read. continuing the next step of testing with the detailed planning of Plan Number 2. April had 3 accidental incidents, with 16 instances of luminous stone radiation data collected. In May, radiation data surveys were conducted on the terrain surrounding the pyroxene or mine, with 74 data samples collected. In June, an individual entered the mine, experiencing slight physical mutations, and data was successfully collected. In July, 5 successful animal model experiments were conducted, but an environmental change led to a sharp decline in the number of animals and insects, and the animal experiments had to be terminated. In August, IFU cells were collected for cultivation, and radiation testing was initiated on the cultured tissues. Through testing and comparing it with previously collected Lin-E cell tissue, the mutation process was inferred. In the firelight, Yu Hong frowned at the rows of text in the notebook. Underneath the text were detailed character data and graphs, with many characters using abbreviation codes that he couldn't understand. But judging from the text, Jenny's family was likely there with less than innocent intentions. They secretly sampled and conducted research on stammering Lin-E. He kept flipping through the pages, skipping many data graphs directly, until he saw some more text in the middle. The luminous stone illness is confirmed to provide significant resistance to the shadow, he read. In the same infected situation, he noted, patients with luminous stone illness experience some degree of intellectual decline but demonstrate strong resistance in high red value environments. There will be no more occurrences of bodily rigidity, twitching, or illusions. In the cell sampling experiments, cells infected with the luminous stone illness showed greatly enhanced activity, a 65.4% reduction in lifespan, and an increase in resistance to bacteria and viruses by over 70%. Therefore, it was determined that taking IFU to the mine for about half an hour every 5 days could effectively curb her special marked illness. Seeing this, Yu Hong began to piece things together. Jenny's family probably came here reluctantly after IFU was targeted by something, seeking a research method to save her. Unfortunately, their research seemed to be just making progress when he interrupted it. IFU wasn't killed by the evil shadow black disaster, but instead died at his hands, an ordinary person. But luminous stone illness. The luminous stone can actually make people ill. He recalled stammering E's situation. She experienced intellectual decline but was very resistant to the shadow and other things. In any case, he had never seen stammering E scared by the shadow. So, perhaps stammering E also has luminous stone illness?
Yu Hong spéculated.
If he could identify the cause, maybe he could think of a way to help her recover in the future. Asterisk. Baiha City. Surface. On the seaside beach, one wave after another left white lines, surging and receding repeatedly. Above the beach at 100 meters away was a row of abandoned, rusted skyscrapers, standing quietly in the scorching sunlight. The light blue glass of the skyscrapers reflected blinding sunlight, occasionally clattering in the sea breeze. On the rusty rooftop of one of these buildings, several men and women in camouflage uniforms were talking quietly. They gathered together, their clothes marked with the emblem of the United Forces. Among them, a short-haired man in glasses held a large pyroxene stone, frowning as he listened to the person beside him. The man's face was gentle, skin a bronze hue, with a small silver pistol at his waist. On the outer side of his right forearm, his clothing bore a 3-star insignia distinct from the others. Adong and the 2 others haven't returned, a dark-skinned young woman said solemnly. We didn't have time to address it before, but now we've finally settled down. So I sent someone back to the agreed meeting point, but found no one. I suspect something happened to them. They had 2 guns and a rest stop in the middle. Someone else couldn't help but say, "It's unlikely something happened." "Hard to say," the young woman said quickly. Previously, the spread of the evil shadow was rampant, so maybe they got taken out halfway when found. Now, the satellite signals are too interfered with to communicate long distance. The only way to assess is by punctuality. If they're not on time, we'll assume they're dead. Then what do we do? If someone at Baichio village can actually make large pyroxene stones, it would be a huge loss to just give up. Another person chimed in. Indeed? The glasses-wearing man said loudly, glancing around. But who is willing to make a trip back to investigate what happened to confirm the truth? Around him, everyone averted their eyes quickly when meeting his gaze, unwilling to respond. Is no one willing to make a small sacrifice? The man sighed. If you can capture the person who makes the large pyroxene stones, I guarantee I'll double your monthly pay, whether it's food or supplies. Still, no one spoke up. Having just escaped the evil shadow and fled that dangerous area, no one wanted to return to die. Moreover, with such a distance, chances are they would be dead before even reaching the destination by the shadow creatures. Su Yang, you've always been my most reliable assistant. The glasses-wearing man's gaze settled on a strong man wearing a black mask. Captain Zhao, going back on our own, we'd likely encounter dangers along the way. Think of the trouble our entire town went through during the migration. Su Yang, the strong man, quickly said. Then what do you suggest? The glasses-wearing man frowned. The key now is that Baiqiu village is too dangerous. Among us here, no one could handle it. So, we need to find someone who can. Su Yang smiled. Who can guarantee that? The glasses-wearing man asked. My brother has already found out, Su Yang replied. There's a black market tavern in Baihe City that specializes in hiring desperate men. Last time I was there, I met a real expert. He was a courier, originally from the Aurora City front line of the United Forces. Absolutely elite, with strong skills in both shooting and combat. Expensive, right? The glasses-wearing man frowned. And why would such a skilled person agree to work for us? Couldn't he capture the person on his own for more profit? Just don't tell him. Just have him capture the person. Su Yang laughed. If it gets found out, we'll negotiate then and there. Maybe share some profits. Better than having nothing. The glasses-wearing man nodded, picking up the large pyroxene stone in his hand to examine it closely. Makes sense. With Baihe City's environment now, if we could control this person who continuously makes large pyroxene stones, it would be like holding a goose that lays golden eggs. He paused. This large pyroxene stone equals the effects of pyroxene marrow. The rune on it is secondary. Imitation is easy. The key is the material, which can surely pass as rare pyroxene marrow, the price difference far beyond average imagination. I really have no idea how he's making them. He exhaled, then looked at Su Yang again. I'll leave this to you. Can you handle it? I promise to complete the task. Su Yang smiled. What's his name? White Python Guasudong. Chapter 46. Idea 2. Inside the cave safe house. The morning sunlight faintly seeped in through the observation window's baffle. Yu Hong leaned against the fireplace wall, slowly waking up from a hazy dream. His brows furrowed as he tilted his neck, feeling a bit numb on his back and stiffness in his cervical spine, likely from being pressed against something. Opening his eyes, he immediately looked at Dr. Su, who lay in the sleeping bag. The guy was sleeping soundly, his complexion much better than the day before. Dr. Su? Dr. Su? He called out a few times. Dr. Su slowly moved his eyelids, twitched his leg, then suddenly opened his eyes, showing a look of alertness. Am I still alive? Seems like it, Yu Hong replied. Yesterday I thought you were paralyzed, but thankfully, you recovered after lying down for a night. Dr. Su propped himself up, his cracked lips moving slightly. Old problem. Vigorous exercise tends to trigger it, just a bit worse than usual yesterday. That's called a bit worse? Yu Hong was speechless. Is it morning now? What's the situation outside? Dr. Su asked in a deep voice. Is there water? Give me some. I don't know. I haven't gone out yet. It seems there's no movement. Yu Hong stood up and poured her some cold boiled water. Watching her sip it slowly, he couldn't help but continue asking. Well, honestly, with that level of danger outside, and the shadowy creatures coming in turns, how did you all make it through without so many large pyroxene stones? When I wasn't here, you didn't even have large pyroxene stones, right? Could you hold out? There didn't used to be evil shadows around here. Dr. Su sighed. Just call me Su Ruing. You saved me, so we've gone through hardship together. Okay. Yu Hong didn't care about these things, just stared at her, waiting for an answer to his previous question. He had wanted to ask about this for a long time but never had the chance. Actually, Su Ruoying said somewhat helplessly, previously we rarely confronted shadows head-on. Then how did you handle it? Could it be avoided? Yu Hong asked in surprise. Why not? Su Ruoying countered. Didn't Stammering Yi tell you? The hiding method.
No.
Yu Hong shook his head. Suddenly, an image flashed in his mind, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. Wait, I seem to have thought of something. Is it by using luminous stones to surround and create a small space that people can hide in, which serves the purpose of hiding? He thought of Stammering Yi also having such a space-hidden room. But that room only had enough space for a child to squeeze in, and an adult couldn't fit. That's the one. Su Ruoying nodded. As long as the luminous stones are embedded on the surrounding walls and the density reaches a certain proportion, it can hide one's presence. At a critical moment, if you hide inside, the shadows won't be able to find you. What about the blood-tied black insects? There's no way for that, you have to fight it outright. Su Ruoying shook her head. Yu Hong nodded, finally understanding how others survived in such a dangerous environment. He thought as much, considering how much large pyroxene stones he spent to combat shadow creatures. Yet look at Su Ruoying, Jenny from before, and the postman. They managed to live safely and unharmed for so long despite not having as many large pyroxene stones. This puzzled him. Wait!
Su Denli, Su Ring Pauset, Stun.
She stared at Yu Hong with an incredulous look. Could it be? You've never hidden before? You've been confronting the shadows head-on? Yu Hong had no answer. If only he had known about this technique earlier, he wouldn't have wasted so many large pyroxene stones. My God! Su Ruoying was speechless. This was the first time she'd met someone like this. If not for the fact that he could make large pyroxene stones, he wouldn't even know how he died. The two of them looked at each other in silence, unsure of what to say. They could only sit facing each other without speaking. After a while of silence, Su Ruoying couldn't sit still. She glanced at the sunlight outside the door. I have to go back. I need to take my medicine out to dry, otherwise it will spoil. Let's go out and take a look together. Yu Hong got up and walked to the strengthened and refilled silver talisman array wooden door. Swish. He pulled open the observation window baffle and looked outside. Then, he pulled open another baffle on the side of the observation window, revealing a piece of high-strength glass through which he could see outside. This way, light could penetrate the two areas on the door, allowing the outside sunlight to shine in as much as possible. Suddenly, the entire cave lit up, the golden light reflecting off the fireplace and onto the opposite wall, slightly dazzling. Yu Hong stood at the window and looked outside. Outside was quiet. The forest stood empty of green, with only the bloodstains left by Jenny standing out in the clearing. The rustling sound of the leaves rubbing together was like waves, one crest after another. No movement. Be careful. Yu Hong's anti-stab garment that contained the silver talisman array had also been replenished. This gave him some confidence. Click. The wooden door opened slowly. The two walked out one behind the other. It seems safe.
Su Ring whispered.
I must return immediately. This is the safest moment. Safe travels. Yu Hong nodded, knowing Dr. Su's temperament. Not only did she have a sharp tongue, but she also had a strong personality. Those who could survive alone in this environment were not weaklings. I owe you this time. Su Ruoying threw out a sentence, quickly jumped down the stone steps, and jogged toward the post office gathering place. Her figure gradually disappeared into the forest and soon vanished completely. Yu Hong watched her until she was out of sight, then closed the door, jumped down the stone steps, and went to the grassy area where Jenny had previously lain. He crouched down, examining the grass stained with blood, and quickly found two deformed copper bullets. Picking up the two bullets, he sighed and turned back to the cave safe house. Closing the door, all the talisman arrays were now completely restored. He reached out and pressed a bullet. Enhance bullet. Direction. Restore to original state. Insufficient integrity. The black mark gave feedback, causing Yu Hong's brow to furrow slightly. He changed the direction again. Enhance bullet. Direction. Increase durability. This time the black line flashed, seemingly successful. A countdown appeared on the bullet's surface, in small numbers. 13 minutes. He exhaled, putting down the bullets and returning the previous pistol together. Next was just waiting to see if the bullet could be restored. Thinking back to Su Ruiying's earlier words, using luminous stones to create a completely enclosed space could evade shadow creatures. Right? I forgot to show the research manual to Su Ruiying. His gaze flashed across the plastic bag on the ground. I'll have to wait for the next time. Additionally, since the talisman array is made with luminous stone powder, it should have a similar effect. I can cover the entire safehouse cave with talisman arrays. Acting on his thoughts, he quickly took out the large pyroxene ink and began drawing the great luminous stone array on every blank surface, space, and door on the walls and floors and overhead. Soon, the bullet enhancement was completed. He returned to the handgun and bullets, crouched, and picked up the bullet. The previously twisted and deformed bullets had returned to normal, and their surface hue had shifted from copper to silver black, as if the material itself had changed entirely. Yu Hong tried to fit it into the magazine. Click. The bullet jammed. The size is off, slightly larger. He took it out and carefully examined it, finding that the enhanced bullet had grown larger. I guess it won't work. He set down the handgun and bullet, tossing them all into a corner. He ate a protein bar, drank a glass of water, and stuffed some dried mushrooms into his mouth, taking care of breakfast. Next, he began reinforcing the talisman arrays at every blank spot. If all areas were covered, it should achieve the hiding effect Su Ruiying mentioned. By noon, he'd completed only a small portion, but no shadow noises reappeared outside during the interval. This made Yu Hong feel a lot more secure. Thinking it over, fully armed, he left the safe house and headed for the post office. This latest shadow attack made him deeply understand the value of intelligence. Had he known at the beginning that luminous stones could build hiding rooms, he wouldn't have spent so many large pyroxene stones and talisman arrays battling shadow creatures. So, in order to gather more intelligence, he decided to discuss the next steps with the new postman. Old Yu was dead, and Jenny and her daughter were also dead. Someone had to take responsibility for breeding mushroom meat. Otherwise, everyone would starve. The postman dared to come near the wastelands of Baiqiu village alone. He must have some means of surviving alone. Hence, seeking him out was definitely the right move. On the way, Yu Hong stayed alert, constantly minding the surroundings, worried that the evil shadow woman might suddenly appear and surround them. Soon he came to where Aifu had fallen before. Where are the clothes? He frowned, not seeing Aifu's clothing on the grass where she lay before. He knew Aifu's clothes were marked with a black mark and weighed down with a stone. The wind alone couldn't have blown them away. But now, Yu Hong's gaze kept scanning the grass, but he still couldn't find Aifu's clothes. With no alternative, he quickened his pace and headed toward the post office stone house. Within minutes, he stood before the stone house door and knocked on the wooden fence outside.
Bang, bang, bang.
After a moment, a faint noise came from inside the stone house. A tall, strong man wearing a dark green vest opened the door and came out. It was Li Rushan, the new postman. Someone alive? He asked cautiously from a distance. I'm Yu Hong. I live nearby, we met before.
Yu Hong repliait.
Did you see the clothes on the grass earlier? The ones with the black handprint? Burned them all. Li Rushan pointed to a pile of black ash on the right. Luckily, I brought concealing mist, and it's also good you didn't come yesterday. If discovered while burning, the shadows would have surely killed you. Yu Hong didn't know what concealing mist was, but seeing the black ash pile, among which was the metal buckle from Aifu's belt, he realized Li Rushan was speaking the truth. It had indeed been burned. His gaze returned to the new postman in front of him, just about to say something. Daddy, Can I come out now? A crisp, girlish voice chirped from inside the stone house. Not yet. I'm talking to someone. Keep an eye on the cover so they don't push it out. Li Rushan loudly instructed, turning back to Yu Hong afterward. So, do you want to buy something? Send a letter or ship an item? Prices are negotiable. Yu Hong was left speechless. Looking past him, he saw a furry little head sticking out next to the stone house's window. It was a little girl, probably no more than 11 or 12, with pigtails, a fair face plump and rosy, looking like she had quite a bit of baby fat. So, what do you think? Want to buy something? I hear you've got pyroxene marrow here that can be exchanged. Whatever you buy is quite a bargain. Li Rushan still stood there, smiling as he spoke. Chapter 47. Idea 3. Do you plan on buying some? Or is this your? Yu Hong asked as he looked at the plump little girl and spoke in a low voice. My daughter, Izina. Li Rushan smiled. She's very sensible and also knows how to draw. I'll show you her drawings when I get a chance. They're beautiful. As he spoke, he pulled out a rolled-up piece of white paper from his waist pouch. The paper listed a variety of items available for trade. Edible wild vegetables, beef leg mushrooms, sanitary roaches, red-tailed lizards, custom small furniture, postal service for letters, postal service for parcels, candles, basic survival skill instruction, basic combat skills instruction, basic gun and knife skills instruction. Looking at this extremely detailed trade list, Yu Hong fell silent. No wonder you dare to bring a child to such a desolate place. You really are amazing, he said in a low voice, impressed. You flatter me.
Li Rushan smiled.
These are actually all skills essential for a postman to have, especially when some places lack everything, and you have to make do on your own. What could these items be exchanged for?
Yu Hong inquired.
I see that there are no prices marked. It depends on what you have. For example, I am currently cultivating mushrooms and breeding roaches, so food and water are quite scarce. If you could provide some support, that could be used for trade. Of course, if you have luminous stones or large pyroxene stones, that would be even better, Li Rushan said with a smile. I have large pyroxene stones, but we'll have to discuss the price. Also, if I exchange for this basic survival manual, are you telling me you would teach me how to cultivate mushrooms? Yu Hong asked. That's possible, depending on what you need and lack. We can fill in the gaps. Li Rushan nodded. These things aren't really a secret. They're just essential survival skills needed in the wild. Yu Hong nodded, realizing that Li Rushan seemed much more capable than the previous postman. I'd like you to teach me how to cultivate mushrooms and lizards, as well as basic combat and firearm skills. What would the price be? Do you have any extra food? I'm running a bit short here, Li Rushan inquired. Would this work? Yu Hong pulled out a protein bar and handed it over. One of these can keep you full for an entire day. It's very satisfying and I made it myself. Li Rushan raised an eyebrow, took the protein bar, and examined it. Can I try it? Of course. Yu Hong nodded. Li Rushan sniffed it, then broke off a small piece and put it in his mouth, narrowing his eyes and forming faint wrinkles on his face. High in calories. There's sesame, peanuts, butter, sugar, cream, rice flour. And many other things I can't identify. This is not something you could have made. You don't have the resources. Yu Hong was startled, not expecting the other man to identify so many ingredients with just a taste. The sweetness of the protein bar masked most flavors, and he couldn't discern any. He hadn't expected. You're right, these are my leftover supplies, and indeed, I don't have many left. Just tell me if we can make the exchange, he said, keeping a poker face. We can do that. For the cultivation techniques, I'll charge you 10 of these bars, provided that one truly lasts a day. Li Rushan nodded. The other skills, combat and firearms. Combat is divided into many subcategories and requires a lot of calories. Proper dietary support is essential, or it can even be harmful, so I suggest you choose a specific area to learn first, such as boxing, ground techniques, kicks, knife fighting, etc. As for firearms, at most I can give you a manual I've recorded for you to practice on your own. To be honest, there's a shortage of bullets now, and because firearms are useless against the Black Disaster, many arms factories have been repurposed for other uses. So with guns and ammo, we're running out of them fast, and they're usually only used internally. I suggest you switch to shooting. I happen to be very experienced with slingshots. Slingshots? Yu Hong blinked, wondering if he had heard wrong. Yes, that's right. This one. Li Russian pulled out a thick-handled metal slingshot from behind his back, with more than a dozen rubber bands on it. It might be worth considering. Though it's a bit of a hassle, the ammunition can be stones, which are readily available, and it's sufficiently lethal. I'll think about it. Yu Hong was at a loss for words. Since you're skilled in breeding techniques, you mentioned you've already started growing mushrooms? Yes, they will be ready in about a week, and then the cycle will go quite fast. I've brought the spores. Li Russian nodded. So right now, I would need a week's worth of food. If you can provide 14 of these protein bars for a week, I can trade you instruction from the survival manual and 3 sessions of classified combat training. Yu Hong was somewhat tempted. Getting the survival manual would allow him to procure his own food without always relying on others. And combat skills were also a pressing need for him because, sooner or later, he would be able to enhance his bulletproof armor. In an age when firearms were gradually being phased out, hand-to-hand combat would become a critical ability. The most important thing was, he had mastered the advanced physical training method, which greatly enhanced the strength of his legs and his overall endurance. So, he had to get prepared before the rain. Last time, if he hadn't had a gun, he would have definitely lost to Jenny. And if Jenny had a bulletproof vest, he would most likely have been taken down. Thinking about it, if there was a skilled fighter wearing a bulletproof vest, someone nimble and hard to shoot that could close in fast, he would probably be done for. This danger is much more troublesome than the Black Disaster and Evil Shadow. At least they don't try to pick locks with all sorts of methods. Yu Hong calculated in his mind. He counted his protein bar inventory. All the jerky had been converted into protein bars. Counting his own and the 2 bags of jerky he had scavenged and converted, he had a total of 36 protein bars. If he traded 14 to the other person, he'd still have 22 left, which was enough. Okay, if the mushrooms are ready in a week and can be replenished, then no problem. Yu Hong agreed after doing the math. That's great. I was about to cut my daily rations in half. You've really helped me out, Li Russian said with a smile. So, what kind of combat skill do you want to trade for? Boxing, knife techniques, leg techniques, ground tactics. I know them all. Leg techniques. Yu Hong felt that his legs were getting stronger with the training. Continuing to strengthen his advantage and increasing his superiority over others was the best choice. Good choice. Start with leg techniques and you can run faster too. You don't need to be faster than a shadow, just faster than the people next to you. The same goes for the Black Disaster, Li Russian said with a chuckle. The 2 set a time to meet and exchange their goods, then quickly parted ways. Yu Hong went back to get the protein bars, counted them, and once again headed to the post office. They stood opposite each other, separated by the stone house's fence. Here's the survival manual you wanted, and the basic steps for the leg technique training I've put together. Take a look and ask me if there's anything you don't understand. Li Russian handed over 2 small booklets to Yu Hong, the edges of which were quite worn, indicating they were well arranged in advance. Remember to return them after you're done. You can copy them, just don't damage them. Yu Hong wordlessly took the booklets, watching as his bag of protein bars was taken away, feeling somewhat swindled. If he had known, he would have only agreed to trade for 2 booklets. He wouldn't have been willing to spend so many protein bars. He picked up the booklets and began to flip through the basic survival manual. On the first page was clearly written, detailed explanation of the ecological recycling breeding system. Go back and read it slowly, and if you have any questions, come to ask me. But you're limited to 3 times. 3 times for survival matters, 3 times for leg techniques. Li Russian reminded with a smirk. 3 times? Why didn't you mention this earlier? Yu Hong asked, nonplussed. What I said before is one thing, but I can't be expected to teach you for a long time just for a little bit of food, can I? It's only worth about 10 days worth of food, so you do the math, Li Rushan said with a smile. He seemed to enjoy smiling, a strong man, tall and burly, but his smile gave off the impression of being sly, full of calculated thoughts. Fine.
Yuong understood.
In that case, if I have more questions in the future beyond the 3 times and still want to come to ask you, I'll trade large pyroxene stones with you for it, 2 hours per question. How about that? Large pyroxene stones. Li Rushan's eyes flickered. All right, 2 hours is worth it. Then I'll go back and take a closer look. Yu Hong nodded, slowly backing away, and after retreating about 10 meters, he quickly turned and dashed into the woods, soon disappearing from sight. As he ran, the outline of the gun he had on his lower back became unintentionally conspicuous, catching Li Rushan's eye. Li Rushan unconsciously smiled, weighing the protein bars in his hand before heading back to the stone house. Izina, look what I brought back. Some delicious sweets. He entered cheerfully, and soon after, the stone house echoed with the cheers of a little girl. Another daughter? Coming to such a place all alone with a daughter. Yu Hong walked back, speculating silently. Jenny was like this, and so is this Li Rushan. Could it be that he too had some accident with his daughter and brought her here hoping to solve the problem with luminous stones? According to the experimental records in the manual, luminous stone disease seemed to counteract some of the marks and troubles brought on by the black disaster outside. Otherwise, if there wasn't a compelling need, who would be willing to leave the well-appointed districts of Hope City and come to such a remote and dangerous place? Back at his cave, Yu Hong put down the 2 booklets. Picking up the first, the basic survival manual, he flipped it open and, beyond the title on the first page, there was even a table of contents. Mushroom cultivation, pages 1 to 4. Roach cultivation, pages 5 to 8. Lizard cultivation, pages 9 to 13. He continued flipping through. Mushroom cultivation requires sufficient humus, clean spores, and a suitable environment. Due to the peculiarities of the environment today, we do not have many mushroom species suitable for cultivation. Thus, after thousands of trials, Silver Tower's joint research body has developed a special type of mushroom called bull leg mushroom. This mushroom is rich in protein and has 40% more fats and calories compared to other mushroom species under similar conditions. The crucial point is that bull leg mushroom is a no-light species that does not require light to grow and is exceedingly suitable for underground cultivation. Below are the preparation requirements. Yu Hong looked at the illustration beneath. A mushroom cultivation box, rectangular like a large wooden box. A bag of clean spores. It resembled a soil cylinder as long as an arm, wrapped in thick white plastic. A pile of dark humus, with a small note beside it that read, Humus. Chapter 48. Idea 4. Yu Hong flipped through the subsequent pages. Humus needs to be dug from beneath trees. Please try to dig in areas with more decayed branches and leaves, as the soil collected will be more nutrient-rich. Once dug, the soil should be sun-dried for 3 days to kill insect eggs and weed seeds. The following pages detailed how to place the soil into boxes, maintain environmental humidity, the amount of water needed, how to add mushroom spores, the frequency of observations, and how to handle certain issues. Every detail was covered without omission. In just a few pages, the notes contained no superfluous information, and there was even a reminder about how to prevent mushroom lung. After finishing the mushroom cultivation section, Yu Hong had a general plan in his mind for how to proceed with mushroom farming. The key is, there aren't any spores or cultivation boxes. He frowned. So that's the catch. He flipped back to the previous page and saw a line of text at the bottom. For inquiries about purchasing spores and cultivation boxes, please ask for specific prices. Shaking his head in exasperation, Yu Hong continued to strengthen a new talisman array, then flipped through the rest of the content. This time, he skimmed through it quickly. Then he discovered a problem. Is mushroom cultivation actually the foundation for raising other species? After growing mushrooms, they're used to raise cockroaches, and once enough cockroaches are bred, they're used to feed lizards. It's a continuous cycle. But the initial seeds for each cycle must be purchased from the post office. He finally understood how old you managed to supply mushrooms, cockroaches, and lizards on his own. As for wild vegetables, they were everywhere in the forest, and following Stammering E around, he had learned to identify quite a few. After reading the survival manual, Yu Hong picked up the leg fighting skill manual. He looked at the illustrations in the manual speechlessly. The manual only contained 3 moves: the low kick, side grab kick, and upper kick. The low kick, as depicted, involved a kick to the opponent's lower legs to make them lose balance and fall. The side grab kick was more ruthless. Grab the opponent's arm, then use the heel to kick the opponent's waist and abdomen. The pulling of the arm and the impact on the kicked area create a tearing force, making this move extremely damaging. Successfully executed, it could seriously injure the internal organs, causing a normal person to collapse instantly. The upper kick was the simplest, a kick aimed at the opponent's vital area between the legs. Just these 3 moves. I might have figured them out myself from just daydreaming. Yu Hong was speechless and continued flipping through. He found the following content interesting. The manual described various scenarios with different states, positions, and postures, and how to execute those 3 leg techniques as quickly as possible. That's more like it. He nodded slightly. After carefully studying the 2 booklets, the sky outside had darkened once again. He cooked some food, lit a fire, and continued to strengthen the talisman array. For 3 consecutive days, he went nowhere, either practicing the advanced physical training method in the cave or studying and transcribing the survival manual and leg technique manual. The reinforced charcoal lines were very thin, and he quickly transcribed all the content from the 2 manuals. The place where he transcribed was thin wooden boards he had chopped with an axe, stacking them together to make a booklet. After completing the transcription, he returned the booklet to Li Rushen and asked about 3 difficult problems he had accumulated. Li Rushen promptly answered the questions and began promoting his newly made mushroom cultivation boxes, clean spores, and the crude wooden dummy used for leg technique practice. This guy was determined to squeeze out every penny from Yu Hong. But for self-sufficiency, Yu Hong still used large pyroxene stone to buy the boxes and spores. After taking them back, he began digging dirt for sun exposure and preparing enough clean water for future cultivation. A separate space needed to be excavated in the cave as a mushroom cultivation room. Although there were specialized cultivation boxes, the spores that spread when the mushrooms matured could escape through any gaps, posing a significant risk. He didn't want to end up coughing, feverish, and weak like old Yu. Soon, 2 more days passed. Yu Hong finally completed reinforcing all the talisman arrays. The talisman arrays covered the entire cave, perfectly shielding every corner, forming a standard pyroxene secret room status. The black mark could finally spare some time to enhance other things. And what Yu Hong wanted to strengthen the most was the leg fighting skill booklet. Inside the safe house in the cave, he quietly watched the leg technique transcribed wooden boards stacked together in front of him. There were 13 boards in total, making up the leg technique training booklet that Li Rushen sold him. The previous ordinary physical training was strengthened into the advanced physical training method, so this ordinary leg fighting skill, what can it be strengthened into? Yu Hong felt the new thread of cool energy within him. He had practiced a total of 4 strands of cool energy, meaning he could replenish his stamina 4 times under extreme exhaustion. Although in other aspects he was no different from an ordinary person, except for frequent running practice that allowed him to run a little faster. The existence of cool energy turned Yu Hong into a little superhuman, different from ordinary people. If an average person could run a maximum of 5,000 meters, then I could run 4 times that, 20,000 meters. If it were 10,000 meters at most, then I could run 40,000 meters. This strengthened advanced physical training method could become a snowball effect, getting stronger and stronger the earlier it's enhanced. Thinking of this, Yu Hong exhaled deeply and placed his hand on the wooden boards. He silently chanted in his mind, "Strengthen the leg technique practice booklet, with the direction of internal strength martial arts leg technique." The last time his mind leaned towards a martial arts style, resulting in the enhancement of the advanced physical training method. Tasting success, this time, He again imagined scenes from martial arts movies he had seen before. A black line flashed. Immediately, the black mark responded. Start strengthening? Yu Hong looked down and indeed saw that a countdown had appeared on the wooden boards. 4 days, 17 hours, 41 minutes. It actually works? His heart skipped, and his eyes showed intense anticipation. The advanced physical training method had given him a substantial stamina advantage, and now, if the strengthened leg fighting skill could also significantly enhance his combat abilities, he would have great survival protection against humans in this harsh environment. With the ability to fight and run, further fortifying an entire set of bulletproof gear would truly arm him to the teeth. I hope it strengthens into something strong.
Yuongoped.
The last enhancement took a bit over 9 hours for the advanced physical training method, and this time it's going to take over 4 days, so it must be much more powerful than the advanced physical training method. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Baiha City. In the eerie underground tunnels. The ground was an abandoned railroad, black and occasionally rust-red, with piles of various debris and trash at intervals. Su Yang, with 2 team members, held hand-cranked rechargeable flashlights and walked along the edge of the tracks. They passed heaps of garbage, smelling a strong mix of mildew and the putrid stench of dirty water. As they walked, they observed their surroundings. The walls on both sides were covered in miscellaneous graffiti and slogans. Below the slogans, every now and then, there was a lit room with noises of cursing and laughter coming from inside. Su Yang frowned as he continued inward, quickly arriving at a room labeled Old Cat Bar. The walls at the room's entrance were covered with green mold, shiny and slippery. Su Yang looked up and noticed that the ceiling of the tunnel seemed to be leaking, with a thin stream of water running down the wall, dividing at the door frame and pooling on the ground. He wrinkled his nose in disgust and walked into the room. It was indeed a bar, with red lighting dyeing the single-seat sofas red. Wooden panels separated each sofa. About 10 people sparsely occupied the sofas, with scantily clad female waitstaff moving back and forth, serving food and drinks. Around a sofa in the center, for people gathered to play cards loudly. The noise came from them. Care for a glass of mushroom wine? As Su Yang and his 2 team members entered, a ponytailed girl, dressed in 3 small cloth strips, immediately approached them. Looking for someone, Su Yang impatiently pushed her aside and headed towards the bar's corner. The 3 of them, fully equipped, dressed in uniforms belonging to the United Forces, made the bar's security hesitate and not dare to approach. Quickly, the trio arrived in the corner, facing an at least 2-meter-tall burly giant. White Python, Mr. Gua?
Su Yang asked deeply.
The burly man lowered his head, his hands resting on the table like a hibernating bear. His messy black hair and several unbuttoned buttons on the gray shirt exposed his muscular chest. He looked in his early 40s, with a sorrowful expression, cloudy eyes, and the dry trace of vomit at the corner of his mouth. He was a dissatisfied man. What do you want? The burly man raised his head coldly, glancing at Su Yang and his team. There's a job. We'd like to hire you to help. The reward is negotiable. Su Yang lowered his voice. Go ahead. What's the job? White Python asked coldly. Go near the pyroxene ore mine, 200 kilometers away. Find someone and bring him back, within half a year.
Su Yang replied.
Too far. I'm not going. White Python stated coldly. Besides, there's no information on this person. Just an ordinary adult male, possibly with some gear, but even an average rookie soldier could easily handle him. The main difficulty lies in the journey. Su Yang quickly added. We can offer 50 pounds of jerky, 20 pounds of dried mushrooms, 100 pounds of synthetic flour as compensation. Not enough. White Python didn't even lift his head. Add 5 silver coins.
Su Yang paused in silence.
Fine. A third of the payment up front before departure, the rest after you return. Deal. White Python agreed coldly. 3 days later, meet here again. Give me the things, and I'll depart immediately. All right. Su Yang and his team left. Once outside the bar, One of the team members couldn't hold back any longer. Captain Sue, that's 5 silver coins. Do we really have to agree? A single silver coin can exchange for 10 to 15 pounds of jerky. White Python's skills are excellent, firearms, combat, stealth, all well-rounded. Other than his poor attitude, he's great. Moreover, as long as we capture that person, everything will be all right. If we don't get that person, it counts as White Python's failure, and we won't need to pay the remaining amount then.
Su Yang smiled.
Also, he paused. You remembered the exchange rate wrong. Currently, at the National Bank, 1 Silver Tower silver coin can be exchanged for 23 pounds of jerky. After all, it's a mineral synthetic currency used for refining the Sunshine Series materials. Chapter 49. Strengthening Part 1. In the dense forest, on the dark green grass, a tall figure dressed in anti-stab clothing and a helmet was swiftly moving towards a certain direction in the forest. From time to time, the figure paused, bent down to tear out some weeds from the ground, and stuffed them into his bag. The figure wore leather gloves and hard leather boots, with the helmet tightly covering everything except his eyes and nostrils, resembling a fully armored medieval knight. A short dagger was tucked at his back, and his eyes constantly scanned the surroundings vigilantly. Soon, a grayish-white stone house slowly appeared in front of the figure. A circular wooden fence surrounded the stone house. A short-haired man, even taller and sturdier, dressed in camouflage clothes, was setting something up inside the fence. Upon seeing the approaching figure, the man wore a habitual smile on his face. "You brother back again?" The newcomer stopped outside the fence. It was Yu Hong, once again emerging from the cave. "I've wandered around nearby for a long time and found no traces of the evil shadow," Yu Hong said in a muffled voice. The evil shadow's traces disappear in the light more than 3 days after losing their infectious vector. Also, if you find a carrier of the evil shadow, like clothing or items with a black handprint, you can burn them at high temperatures, but remember not to watch the burning process nearby.
Li Rushan explained.
"Why?" Yu Hong asked, puzzled. "Because during burning, the evil shadow will manifest one last time. If there's a living person within 20 meters, it can launch an attack. Once it kills a new person, it can start a new round of infection. Many places cannot completely eradicate the traces of the evil shadow and have had no choice but to relocate. The nearby town is an example."
Li Rushan siga. No wonder.
Yuong understood.
The town has too many dark corners, making it so easy to hide traces of the evil shadow. Yes, and the traces of the evil shadow can move by themselves. Li Rushan walked to a blackened heap where clothes had been burned before, kicking the remnants with his boot. This pile of stuff even tried to move toward me before. I was the closest to it. Fortunately, I burned it just in time and kept it outside the door. Of course, you have to be careful too, as the evil shadow is a newly emerged shadow-type threat, and new varieties may appear. Many experiences have been explored at the cost of human lives. So, Li, are you still in contact with those above? Yu Hong speculated. If not, how could Li Rushan easily know the latest information about the evil shadow? That's right. In fact, I'm not hiding it from you, Li Rushan smiled. I came here mainly to guard the origin and the pyroxene or mine, and I need to report any changes here at any time. Of course, there are benefits. From time to time, a supply team passes by, providing supplies for me. Regarding intelligence, I also have a newly developed enhanced communication device that allows direct contact with the postal system.
Yuong nodded.
If there weren't such assurances, it's unlikely someone like Li Rushan would bring his child to such a dangerous place. There aren't many people around here. Having you here is an advantage for us. Otherwise, we might really have to choose to relocate. He sighed. I came alone and needed everyone's support and cooperation, mutual assistance. But before I came, I thought there were at least 5 or 6 households here. Didn't expect only you two were left. Li Rushan sounded a bit helpless at this point. All right, enough about that. I've come to ask Brother Li to help me send a letter, Yu Hong said, taking out a wooden plank letter he had prepared beforehand. Since there was no paper, he could only use thin wood as a substitute. He wrote about the specific situation on his side and tentatively placed an ordinary talisman array board at the back. If the talisman array could be sent, it would not be in vain, as it could help stammering E. But if the talisman array got lost halfway, he would try another method next time. Yu Hong took out the wooden plank and wrapped it in a piece of cloth. The wooden plank was composed of 2 parts fastened together with wooden nails, seemingly just a simple reinforcement. However, only Yu Hong knew that the underlying reinforced board was actually the talisman array board. But the side of the talisman array was sandwiched between the 2 boards, making it invisible to outsiders. Sending a letter? The price might be a bit steep. After all, I have to wait for the supply team to come by before I can send it. Li Rushan scratched his chin, taking the wooden plank. Then, can I ask when the supply team will arrive? Yu Hong quickly inquired. The planned time for me is once a month, but there will certainly be changes. Since I just settled here, the supply team promised to arrive within 2 weeks. So, it should be just a few days away, Li Rushan estimated. Can we trade with the supply team? Yu Hong asked. Of course not. Only postal clerks can trade with the supply team. No one else is qualified. Li Rushan shook his head. All right. Yu Hong was slightly disappointed but understood. The postal system here seemed to form a screening mechanism centered around postal clerks, who had become the most fundamental distributors across regions, holding enormous profits. Seeing it this way, no wonder Li Rushan's daughter could grow up well-nourished. It was no coincidence. All right, do you have any other business? For just sending a letter, the cost is 1 silver tower silver coin. But if you don't have that, you can use jerky instead. Your previous type, 10 pieces per bag, will require a total of 12 bags. What? How much? Yu Hong's eyes widened, thinking he misheard. 12 bags. Li Rushan said casually. I'm already giving you a discounted price. After all, it's a new place with new customers, always have to give a little discount. Generally, it's 15 pounds of jerky everywhere else. Yu Hong was speechless. After a long silence, he suddenly remembered a silver coin he had scavenged from 2 soldiers earlier and quickly searched his belongings, soon producing the silver coin. Is this the silver tower silver coin? He showed the coin to Li Rushan. Ah, yes, exactly, you have one, so that's easy. Li Rushan nodded repeatedly, smiling again. Then I'll use this. Also, do you sell long-range communication devices here? I previously bought a solar generator, so I can charge it. Yu Hong asked again. I don't have one for now, but when the supply team arrives, I can ask for you. Many people want this. In some large gathering areas, everyone likes to sell them. Li Rushan nodded in agreement. By the way, if you discover anyone nearby passing through, you can persuade them to settle here. The more people, the easier it is for us to be self-sufficient, don't you think? Otherwise, it's too exhausting to do everything by oneself. All right.
Yu Hong nodded.
Leaving the postal stone house, he glanced at its window one last time. A chubby little head was quietly peeking at him from the window, eyes filled with curiosity. What's wrong? Why do you keep staring at someone like that? Li Rushan came to the window, reaching out to ruffle his daughter's hair. That uncle looks a bit strange. Izina answered softly. What's strange about him? He's one of the few normal people. It's rare to meet a normal person these days. Many people become a bit abnormal living alone for too long.
Li Rushan shuklat.
His gaze also followed Yu Hong, watching that figure slowly walk further into the depths of the forest until it completely disappeared, before turning back to his daughter. I don't know, but I just feel that no matter who that uncle looks at, there's this stone-like feeling about him. Izina shook her head, unsure how to describe it. Stone. Li Rushan pondered, unable to imagine what kind of feeling that could be. Like, nothing frightens him, as if he's completely grounded. Chubby Izina frowned, then squeezed out another sentence. Now that you say it, it does seem that way. On the surface, he seems very normal, but compared to people from other places, he's too normal without the usual fearfulness.
Li Rushan nudda, tugt fully.
Exactly. Izina nodded quickly. No worries. No matter what kind of person he is, as your dad, I'll protect you. Li Russian smiled again. Daddy is the best. Izina squinted her eyes and rubbed her face against his hand. Asterisk. 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 Yu Hong walked slowly on his way back. He had just stopped by to visit Dr. Su Ruing. She had recovered greatly and even offered a homemade herbal powder. Yu Hong reciprocated with a piece of large pyroxene stone in exchange. With so few people left alive around, and the external environment worsening, he ultimately hoped she would persist in living. On his way back, he soon reached the spot where Ifu's clothing had been before. Holding a silver talisman array board in one hand and a dagger in the other, he searched the ground but found no trace of the clothing. Only then did he truly believe that the traces of the evil shadow had been resolved by Li Russian. Asterisk, judging by his reaction, it seemed he wasn't dealing with the traces of the evil shadow for the first time. He appeared very relaxed. Plus, he dared to bring his daughter along. Her name didn't sound local, clearly suggesting one parent might be a foreigner. Asterisk, Yu Hong speculated in his heart, becoming more convinced that Li Russian was not a simple person. But then he reconsidered, no matter how complex the other person is, as long as he poses no threat to me, his actions are none of my business. In fact, the stronger he was, the safer they were. Soon he returned to the cave. Along the way, not only were there no evil shadows, but he also didn't see any shadows at all, making it extremely peaceful. Yu Hong closed the door and looked carefully at the countdown. There were still more than 3 days of leg technique enhancement remaining. Suppressing his expectation, he drank some water, then ground large pyroxene stone into powder to make luminous stone ink, starting the production of new talisman array boards. Even during the black mark enhancement period, he couldn't remain idle. After making several boards, he got up to cook a pot of protein bar sweet soup. While drinking, he studied the rune drawing method of the silver talisman array. Asterisk, the silver talisman array required notably deep and shallow carving, far exceeding the difficulty of the great luminous stone array. He had yet to replicate it successfully. Asterisk. After eating, time quickly flew to the afternoon when he rose to start exercising high body technique indoors. Every day, 2 hours of high body technique was a task he had set for himself. Once completed, he'd rest for over half an hour, wipe off sweat, replenish with more food, or even take a nap, all normal procedures. But today, after exercise, as he wiped his sweat, Yu Hong's body abruptly stopped. He felt tiny tingling spots in his abdomen rapidly converge, soon forming into a new stream of cool energy. Asterisk, the fourth stream of cool energy is getting thicker. Yu Hong was delighted. The thicker the cool energy, the more confident he felt. Asterisk. Chapter 50. Strengthening 2. The condensation and strengthening of the fourth cold stream brought joy to Yu Hong's heart and greatly improved his mood. After wiping off his sweat, he took a break, then moved to the corner of the wall to start preparing tools for excavating a new private room. Asterisk, to cultivate mushrooms and lizards and the like, I must first open a separate room. But where to start and how to open it needs careful consideration. Asterisk. He scratched the ground with a knife, thinking about the structure and positioning plan. Not long after, it became dark outside. It wasn't until it was completely pitch black that he suddenly realized the shadow hadn't come knocking today. Usually, the shadow would occasionally knock on the door, disguising itself as either an adult or a stranger in an attempt to get someone to open the door. But this time, in the newly completed all-enclosed luminous stone space, he didn't hear any knocking at all. Asterisk. It seems that the luminous stone hiding method worked. Asterisk. Yu Hong walked to the door and gently pulled open a crack in the board to look outside. Outside, it was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. Once he confirmed there were no bugs, he lit the fireplace, dragged over the sleeping bag, and slept peacefully next to the warmth. The warm fireplace made the entire cave less cold, and without the sudden knocking of the shadow, he was no longer worried about being suddenly startled awake. Yu Hong slept until nearly noon the next day. He would have continued sleeping if his throat hadn't been too dry, forcing him awake. Inside the sealed cave, wrapped in his blanket, he lay there, staring at the sunlight seeping through the cracks of the door, feeling soft and unwilling to get up. Asterisk. It's been so long since I've slept so soundly. Asterisk. Yu Hong lay there quietly, staring at the door, motionless. He suddenly remembered how he used to enjoy being wrapped in a blanket at home, gazing at the bright sun outside while the air conditioning was on, refusing to leave the bed. Now, the feeling was just like returning to the past, but imagination aside, life had to go on. After a moment of persistence, Yu Hong crawled out of his sleeping bag and began following his previous plan, starting to chisel out a new room in the cave. With reinforced tools in hand, he first drew a circle on the ground with charcoal in the cave's corner. Then he began chiseling along the circle. The continuous clang of hammering resounded, smashing the hard rock, creating a cloud of dust that filled the whole cave. Yu Hong couldn't bear the dust and had to spray some water over it, using Jenny's clothes to cover himself. Excavation work was undoubtedly monotonous, but since Yu Hong needed to wait for the leg technique's enhancement to end, he spent the next 3 days eating, sleeping, exercising, and then digging. He threw pile after pile of rocks outside, forming a simple line of stone for a yard perimeter. When he was tired, he would regenerate with the cold stream, and when sleepy, he would take a nap. With the support of the cold stream, his progress was very rapid. Had it not been for the blisters that made his hands painful later, he might have gone even faster. In 3 days, he had already excavated a circular hole more than a meter deep in the cave's corner. Inside the hole was a simple and rough staircase that allowed him to descend. But a depth of just over a meter was only the beginning, and Yu Hong intended to make this a long-term project, excavating several private rooms to serve as functional spaces. And all the excavated stones could be piled outside to form a yard or a pit for a small pond to collect water. The yard could be reinforced later to create a larger defensive perimeter. The pond could supplement water sources during droughts. With water, he could even plant some vegetables in the yard. Some common wild vegetables could be transplanted for large-scale cultivation. Once he got started, Yu Hong felt full of energy, finding joy in building a home. Another day passed, and it started to rain lightly outside. Yu Hong went nowhere, did nothing, and just rested in the cave, focusing on the nearing end of the leg technique enhancement. The shadow still hadn't disturbed him, and he had covered the entrance of the pit with a wide board painted with a talisman array, creating another luminous stone secret room environment. As the countdown on the board continued to decrease, Yu Hong's mood gradually became a bit impatient. The strong sense of anticipation made him stare unblinkingly at the countdown's numbers. Asterisk, what exactly will be enhanced? Asterisk. Yu Hong's expression froze, and his eyes fixated on the numbers. Asterisk 01 minute. Asterisk. That final minute felt as long as a day. Various thoughts surged through and circulated in Yu Hong's mind. Finally, pop. With a light sound, the board instantly blurred. Immediately, the thick stack of leg technique transcription boards rapidly shrank, condensing into a standard book-sized black leather book. The cover of the book clearly read, Enhanced Leg Skills. Asterisk, so the name was just the one I had before the enhancement? They didn't change it at all. Asterisk. Yu Hong stared speechlessly at the cover. Asterisk, but the name doesn't matter. What's important is the content. Asterisk. He reached out eagerly. He opened the first page. Asterisk. 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 Li Rushan carefully cradled his daughter and placed her inside a box covered in countless pieces of luminous stone. Closed the lid, confirmed she was sleeping soundly, and returned to the desk to pick up the communicator he was adjusting. This is indeed one of the origins, and I've already investigated the Black Disaster traces. The outbreak route matches the one detected, he said softly to the communicator. Very good, if possible. I hope you can collect some pyroxene marrow. A gentle female voice responded from the communicator. I'll try my best. I thought someone had dug out pyroxene marrow here, but it turned out to be just a similar material and useless, Li Rushan replied. Also, the situation here is rather troublesome. I just arrived and encountered an evil shadow which devoured at least 100 people, along with some polluted people with blood-tied marks. There was a mutation, but fortunately, I handled it in time. Without a carrier, it's unlikely she can return in the short term. Thank you for your efforts, the woman sighed. It's okay. I also need to attempt getting Izina to contract the luminous stone disease to see if it can counteract the marks.
Li Rushan raplia sufli.
The radiation near the pyroxene or mine is too intense. You must observe Izina's condition at all times and pay attention to the frequency of changing the luminous stones. The woman advised. I understand.
Li Rushan nudda.
It's a pity. If only Mealy were still around. The woman lamented. Li Rushan remained silent, not saying a word. All right. Make sure to report anything you need help with timely, and I'll do my best to arrange assistance, the woman said softly. Thank you, Commissioner. Li Rushan squeezed out a few words. The communication cut off immediately. Turning off the communicator, Li Rushan sighed and leaned back in his chair. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle knock could be heard. Is Daddy home? It's Izina. His daughter's voice came softly from outside the door. Li Rushan glanced at the box where his daughter was sleeping, didn't move, and just closed his eyes to rest, regulating his breathing. Daddy, open the door. I'm the real Izina. It's scary outside. Something is chasing me. The voice outside continued, soft yet eerie. Li Rushan remained oblivious as if long accustomed. He casually pulled out a blanket from under the desk, covered with countless tiny pieces of white luminous stone powder. He lifted the blanket in one motion, covering himself completely. The voice outside abruptly stopped, disappearing entirely, like an illusion. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Inside the cave safe house. Suppressing his excitement, Yu Hong gently opened the first page of the black book. His eyes were glued intently to the page's contents, not blinking. The 4 days of enhancement time far exceeded the 9 hours for the high body method, indicating the strength of this leg technique was definitely beyond the high body method. Gulp. He swallowed hard, his throat bobbing as he stared at the page. Asterisk, the enhanced leg technique is tailored to the user's existing qualities, spirit, and state. It has no universal effect, so please use it cautiously. Asterisk. This was the top line of the instructions. Below it was the specific content. Asterisk, the first move, low sweep leg. The name hadn't changed, but the content had become much more complex. Below was a detailed diagram of the human body's blood vessels and meridians. On the gray figure, red and blue arrows indicated the direction of the cold stream's flow and the number of times. At the bottom was a special visualization diagram depicting a metallic castle monster with thick limbs. Its limbs were built with metal, sturdy and powerful, one front leg lifted in a forward, forceful stomp gesture. Yet, as Yu Hong scrutinized it, he bizarrely discovered that the black lines of the castle monster seemed closely related to his body's meridians. He quickly scanned upward, comparing it with the human meridian diagram. Upon closer examination, Yu Hong was shocked to find the patterns on the castle monster's body aligned with parts of the human meridians. Below that was a line of fine, neat text. Asterisk, the leg technique differs from fist techniques. Once initiated, it must succeed, or else you risk losing balance due to defense and deflection. So balance and grounding on the earth, unmoving and unwavering, are the foundation of leg techniques. Yu Hong squinted, turning to the next page. Asterisk, the average person's leg strength far exceeds that of fists, but due to balance issues, once a leg technique is used, it's best to settle the fight in one strike. Therefore, leg techniques should either not be used, but if used, they must hit and defeat the enemy. Below were the sequential drawings of the first move, low sweep leg. All were black and white illustrations of a short-haired man with rippling muscles, standing on the ground, body slightly bowed. One leg swiftly lifted for a low sweep forward. Behind him, a sketch of the castle monster also raised its leg for a low sweep forward. New text followed at the bottom. Asterisk, the second prerequisite for leg techniques is that the legs must be solid, tough, and unbreakable. Therefore, It's essential to diligently train the leg bones and muscles, strengthening them and enhancing their defense. Asterisk, then, by wearing alloy leg guards and adding sharp objects to increase penetration, utilizing the solid leg bones and muscles to absorb the recoil from the impact of the alloy leg guards. This forms the foundation of the strongest leg technique. Asterisk. Yu Hong was speechless. This leg technique seemed somewhat off. He quickly reviewed the following content. He discovered the next two moves had the same names but had been transformed into special leg techniques that paired visualization with exertion techniques, requiring leg armor for enhanced lethality. The last page contained supplementary content. Asterisk, the visualization is synthesized and filtered based on the individual's real state, with 1,000 people having 1,000 visuals. It's incompatible for others and may cause danger, so please exercise caution. When the enhanced leg technique is mastered, it can increase movement speed, accelerate inner strength refinement, nourish leg muscles and bones, and, combined with an inner strength burst, its power can greatly increase. Core tip: the main focus of this leg technique is to amplify power by leveraging force. The greater the personal load, the greater the explosive force of the technique, and the stronger the physical tempering. After going through the enhanced leg technique, Yu Hong indeed felt it was very strong, very strong. But strong as it was, there seemed to be a slight difference from the martial arts inner strength leg technique he had imagined. Chapter 51, Reinforcement 3. Weight Training. The heavier the weight, the greater the power. Yu Hong carefully memorized the essential points of this leg technique, stood up, and began to position himself to start training. The training method was simple. There were 3 moves in total, divided into 3 levels, and the first move practiced was the low sweep leg. It was just a motion to kick at someone's lower leg, and it seemed to fit Yu Hong's body perfectly. He practiced it with incredible ease, as if each move was a habitual action he usually performed. It was just that the visualization needed to be practiced in coordination. Everything that followed went quite smoothly. Yu Hong trained his high body technique and the first move of the leg skill from dawn till dusk every day. It wasn't until 7 days later, when Li Rushan harvested mushrooms, that they traded some fresh mushrooms, mixed with other food to make soup, which tasted much better, that they took a break. The stone house by the post office, in the courtyard. The sky was overcast, and it looked like rain was imminent. Yu Hong and Li Rushan stood in the courtyard, looking at the yellow mush of mixed mud on the ground. This is almost done. Li Rushan put down the wooden stick and looked at the lump of mush contentedly, saying quietly, "Next is the cockroach cultivation. Cockroaches reproduce quickly, lay many eggs. Each Oatheka can have dozens of them, and fatten up quickly. I brought quite a few Oatheka with me this time, so they'll come in handy." "What's mainly in this?" Yu Hong asked, wrinkling his nose. "Mushroom fragments, some moss I found, roots, oil plants, fruits, feces." Li Rushan casually mentioned a few ingredients. Just like growing mushrooms needs sawdust and such, breeding cockroaches requires additional things, or they'll just die off. Yu Hong's face was expressionless. He had initially wanted to raise them himself, but it seemed now, before his private room was carved out, he definitely didn't want to do it. "I kind of understand why people prefer eating lizards," he sighed. "Yeah, there's a big difference between eating it directly and indirectly," Li Rushan chuckled. He turned to look at Yu Hong and asked, "How's the training been going lately? Remember to eat, drink, and sleep. Just training incessantly without minding anything else can lead to exhaustion." "Not bad. I sleep 10 hours a day, eat well, and am hydrated, absolutely no problem." "But when will you teach me slingshot shooting?" Yu Hong asked. "Give it some time. First, you should make a slingshot stock yourself, then practice." Li Rushan smiled. "Also, I'm planning to go to the pyroxene or mine in a few days. Are you familiar with it?" "Not really."
Yu Hong frowned.
"Then how did you get those large pyroxene stones? You might fool others, but not me."
Li Rushan lauga.
Yu Hong remained silent. Currently, he had cultivated 4 strands of cooling energy with his high body technique, and as for the leg technique, having focused on the first move, His intense week of training had finally started paying off. From morning till night, all Yu Hong did was focus on the leg technique. Apart from eating, drinking, relieving himself, going out to gather firewood, finding water, and digging for vegetables, the black mark continuously reinforced the silver talisman arrays. By now, he had 4 silver talisman arrays, including the one made earlier, and excluding the one behind the door. An excellent benefit of the silver talisman array was it could be replenished and restored after use, making it good as new again. He had many more ordinary talisman arrays, the exact quantity uncounted, but he often strengthened them whenever he was free and threw them in a pile in the corner. Ordinary talisman arrays were consumables, irreplaceable, and wasted after use, but the strengthening time was short, making them good for emergencies. Large pyroxene stones are useful against shadows, but not enough against evil shadow, requiring a buildup of quantities instead, Yu Hong said solemnly. You're right, the main use of large pyroxene stones isn't to combat evil and shadow. Rather, it's as an additive, a catalyst in the production of other items. Ever since the discovery of the Black Disaster and the establishment of the joint organization Silver Tower, Sunlight Series materials have been the true scarce items, Li Russian said, his face showing his habitual smile. I am about to acquire some Sunlight Series materials. They're excellent coatings to disperse ordinary blood tide, conceal presence, and avoid shadow. Even evil shadow can be held off for a long time as long as it's electrically charged. Sunlight Series, is it really that strong? Yu Hong was somewhat incredulous. The Black Disaster first struck Hope City, as did the evil shadow. There are even more monsters stronger than ordinary blood tide, evil shadow included. What do you think has kept the country going? Li Russian replied matter-of-factly. In big cities, there are things way beyond your imagination. By the way, when's the supply convoy arriving? Yu Hong asked as last. Tomorrow, as per the notification, but the exact time is unclear. If you've got tradable goods, you can come to find me. You can even get food and useful tools in exchange, Li Russian said. Yu Hong nodded and turned to leave. He had come this time to check if the cockroaches had been cultivated. Now that everything seemed okay, he was relieved. Back in the safety cave, he practiced the leg and high body techniques for a while, then started to strengthen new items. Standing at the cave entrance, he took a saw and an axe, and began making some thick wooden boards. These weren't for talisman arrays but were intended to be fashioned into full-body protective gear. He couldn't make cylindrical ones easily, toppled a tree might be easier. But it was too hard to make. His attempts had easily cracked. So, if the supply convoy came tomorrow, he'd plan to trade for equivalent protective gear like body armor. After some woodworking, Yu Hong returned to the cave, ensuring another round of talisman array strengthening had finished. He gained yet another ordinary talisman array. Then, he brought out everything he could still strengthen, placing the most important ones in front. A solar generator, a dagger, a handgun, and a pair of boots. With these items in front of him, Yu Hong picked up the boots first. They were Jenny's lady boots, whose previous owner was unknown. They were waterproof long boots with hard leather. He then glanced at the dagger, the boots, and the dagger, together. Yu Hong had an idea forming in his mind. He took them both aside and pressed them together. Strengthen the spiked boots I can wear, direction. In his mind, he pictured those long boots that extended blades from kung fu movies he'd watched before. Soon, the black mark gave feedback. Would you like to strengthen the spiked boots? When this feedback appeared, it meant the black mark could strengthen it. It wasn't a matter of insufficient integrity. Yu Hong felt relieved, looking at the countdown on the boots. 1 day, 3 hours, 5 minutes. That's a decent amount of time. He acknowledged the black mark's feedback. The countdown immediately began, and the boots and dagger flickered as numbers appeared on their surfaces. It seems that combining items placed together can also be synthesized and strengthened by the black mark. This is an extra fusion function. Yu Hong was intrigued. With combined synthesis, there are more possible uses. After a short nap in the cave, he got up to practice the leg technique again. The strengthened leg technique he had given a fitting name, heavy leg skill. The name was straightforward and clearly highlighted the emphasis of the technique. In the cave, Yu Hong's legs continually swept forward, his mind simultaneously considering the diagram in the training manual. He controlled the cooling energy within his body to flow and circulate along the meridians and blood vessels depicted in the diagram. With this multitasking, Yu Hong initially wasn't very adept, but after a week's worth of practice, he could easily coordinate movements. This leg skill was precisely tailored to his physical and mental state, progressing very smoothly. By now, he had faintly sensed that a fifth strand of cooling energy was gradually condensing within him, likely to materialize soon. After a while, Yu Hong stopped to eat something, then resumed chiseling stones. As dusk fell, he continued practicing the heavy leg skill. The first move of heavy leg skill, also the first level, required training until he could instantly mobilize the cooling energy at will. Meanwhile, the meridian diagram had to fully activate before and after a kick. The firelight flickered as Yu Hong stood bare-chested in the cave, pondering carefully. After standing for about 5 minutes, he suddenly rocked his right leg and kicked forward at an angle. Swish! It felt as though someone stood in front of him, their outside calf catching his kick. The low sweep was still fairly normal, with speed and strength at an average male's level. Yu Hong then withdrew his leg and swept forward fiercely once more. Thump! This time, his eyes became vacant, and a fine line emerged, crawling swiftly along the skin of his abdomen and flowing rapidly into his right leg. This low sweep was much faster than before and carried a faint whistling sound. The power and speed increased a lot. That's the drive of one cooling energy stream. Now, let's try with 2 cooling energy streams. Yu Hong closed his eyes and attempted the previous move again. After standing motionless for several minutes, he first kicked his right leg forward suddenly. Thump! Immediately, a muffled sound resonated within the cave, much louder than the previous time. The whistling noise was far more pronounced than before. Yu Hong opened his eyes, appearing a bit tired. 2 cooling energy streams definitely offer much greater power, but requiring full concentration to control makes them far less convenient than a single cooling energy stream. He attempted the technique a 3rd time, this time driving the skill with the last cooling energy stream. Swish! This time was noticeably faster than the initial move as well. However, this time all 4 strands of cooling energy within him were depleted. It would take at least half a day of rest to recover. The consumption is too fast. I can probably test the actual power tomorrow. Yu Hong pondered as he set his gaze on the boots being strengthened, feeling somewhat hopeful. After a restful night's sleep, the next morning, he headed to the post office stone house to check on the supply convoy. Before he even reached it, Yu Hong saw a middle-aged man with a large backpack in the distance, chatting with Li Rushan. This man had a full beard, messy hair, and a slightly slimmer physique than Li's, but exuded an inexplicable sharpness. He stood alone outside the fence, keeping a relatively safe distance from Li Rushan. Seeing Yu Hong approach, Li Rushan was the first to wave enthusiastically. "Ah, you, come on over. This is Old Zhou. He came with the supply convoy and plans to settle here." "Old Zhou?" Yu Hong nodded, directing his attention to Old Zhou. "Hello. I'm Yu Hong, the pyroxene supplier around here. If you need any, feel free to trade for pyroxene with me." Pyroxene manufacturer, that's the identity Yu Hong set for himself. Ever since Li Rushan detected something fishy about the protein bars last time, Yu Hong had become more cautious, avoiding selling any of his strengthened items. Selling a few could be credited to luck in finding old stock, but selling more would be problematic. In contrast, selling strengthened large pyroxene stones could be powdered and turned into ordinary talisman arrays for a far safer selling strategy. After all, many people could grind pyroxene into powder and draw talisman arrays, the difference being these were consumables, requiring time and effort to make while ensuring quality. As long as my talisman arrays perform slightly better than others, I could secure stable business and keep an endless supply line, Yu Hong schemed inwardly. Selling large pyroxene stones directly seemed wasteful, while talisman arrays provided convenience. They were lightweight and more effective. Chapter 52. Enhanced 4. At that moment, upon hearing Yu Hong's self-introduction, the bearded man also nodded. I'm Zhou Kaming, just call me Old Zhou. I know a bit of everything. If you need anything, you can ask me. We can negotiate the price. Okay. Yu Hong nodded, and after keeping his distance from the man, his gaze fell on Li Rushan. Bro Li, where's the supply team? They left. They've been gone for over half an hour, Li Rushan said with a smile. They can travel all night. They arrived just at dawn. Seeing the somewhat disappointed Yu Hong, his smile flickered with a hint of slyness. Don't worry. I remember you mentioned last time you needed a bulletproof armor suit. I kept an eye out for you, and just got in a gray lizard suit complete with helmets, gloves, and boots. Interested? Really? Yu Hong asked in surprise. Of course it's true. I have no reason to lie to you, replied Li Rushan, nodding. It'll cost you 20 silver yuan, but if you don't have silver yuan, I'm willing to accept other hard currency, like those large pyroxene stones you have. They're quite useful. I went mining a few days ago, and with all those shadows outside, it was your large pyroxene stone that helped me break out. The only drawback is it depletes quickly. That's for sure. But isn't it much lighter compared to carrying a bag of ordinary luminous stones each time?
Yuan le guide.
He didn't care what the other was doing in the mines. As long as there was a demand, there was room for exchange. That's true, but you have to protect your technology well. Making large pyroxene stones from ordinary luminous stones is quite profitable. If word gets out, many would want to get their hands on it. If you ever think of selling this technology, consider me first. I'll offer you a top price.
Li Rushan smiled.
Indeed, such technology is like a gold mine in a small place, but in Hope City, there's also similar synthetic refining technology that produces highly pure luminous stones. Interjected Old Zhou, unable to resist adding his comment. A friend I used to drink with showed me once. He used to be a patrol captain in Aurora City, commanding dozens under him, and the district he managed had such a refinery. Is that the same? You can do it all by himself. Li Rushan shook his head. He then looked at Yu Hong again. Enough about that, want to see the goods? He said as he turned and walked toward the house. Sure. Yu Hong nodded. He kept his distance, like Old Zhou, and stood at the edge of the stone building's fence. Speaking of bulletproof vests, I have a spare set. It's a bit old and worn, but still in good condition, also a gray lizard suit. Interested? Old Zhou suddenly lowered his voice and asked. Yu Hong looked confused, not getting a chance to reply before he saw Li Rushan rushing out of the stone house in a few strides. What are you trying to do, Old Zhou? Stealing my deal. The smile slowly disappeared from his face, his hands holding a set of thick camouflage suit, which was different from the one they were wearing. Their outfit was primarily dark green and black. The suit in his hand was mainly yellow and gray-black. It also included a pair of boots, a helmet, and a face mask. This full set of armor is brand new, complete with a filtration mask, much better than your old one. Li Rushan approached, holding up the suit for Yu Hong to see from front to back. In terms of bulletproof levels, the gray lizard suit is level 4, considered mid-quality. It offers excellent protection against shrapnel and can protect against most common handgun bullets on the market. It also includes high-strength ceramic pieces and alloy plates in its design. It can even be used as a stab-proof vest. He quickly explained. Of course, if you're shot at close range, the concern shouldn't be whether it can stop the bullet, but whether the bullet's tremendous impact could break your bones or cause internal injuries. What's the price? Yu Hong immediately asked. This suit was indeed impressive. If he could get it and enhance it, it would be much stronger than the stab-proof vest he was wearing. He was actually quite tempted. If you trade it for large pyroxene stones, it'll cost you 50. Li Rushan extended his hand, showing 5 fingers. 50? Yu Hong's expression shifted slightly. Although he expected it to be expensive, he didn't expect it to be that costly. Unless he dedicated all his time to making large pyroxene stones, how long would it take to produce 50? I've designed a wooden board with a pyroxene powder formation that works even better than the large pyroxene stone. Can I trade with that? Yu Hong quickly said. If it really works better than the large pyroxene stone, of course. Li Russian's eyes lit up. He always loved dealing with research-type talents, who could always create unexpected surprises. In his view, the Yu Hong in front of him was exactly this type of person. And given he could produce refined items like protein bars before, his background likely involved an organization or power, possibly here under a hidden identity as a research personnel. Yu Hong quickly took out a normal talisman array wooden board and handed it over. This is a sample I carry with me. You can test it. The trade can be done tomorrow as well. No problem. Li Russian took the talisman array board with a smile, obviously in a good mood. Following this, Yu Hong had no other business, so he bought some fresh mushrooms and returned to the safe house cave to train. Train, dig, rest. By noon, the enhanced boots were finally complete. Inside the cave, a pair of new black leather men's knee-high boots lay quietly in front of Yu Hong, resting on a wooden table. He reached out, picking up the boots to squeeze and tap them. Suddenly a crisp sound. Whoosh! A black spike suddenly shot out from the bottom of the boots, pointing forward at the toe. The spike was triangular with a blood groove in the middle, its tip razor-sharp, gleaming with a faint cold light. Yu Hong nodded in satisfaction, pressed a switch, and the spike retracted. He placed the boots on the ground, took off his previous boots, and stepped into the new ones. Then he stood up and moved around. Fits well and has breathable pores on the surface. Not suitable for rainy weather, but no problem, just add a layer of cover. Suddenly, he pushed his toes forward and pressed. Whoosh! 2 spikes shot out simultaneously. Then, pressing his toes down on the ground, the spikes slowly retracted. Watching this, Yu Hong smiled in satisfaction. Next up, the gray lizard suit. If I get it, I can be fully protected, and even handguns won't be too worrisome. Wearing the new boots, he left the cave and kicked the nearest large tree. Whoosh! The surface of the large tree was easily pierced, creating a hole. So sharp! Yu Hong became interested and began to casually test the power of the spikes. He kicked the ground and a hole appeared. He kicked a stone and a hole appeared. He kicked tree branches and leaves, which were easily cut and severed. The sharpness and piercing force are both quite good. Now, let's try using cold air, which is inner chi, to see how much it can be amplified. Thinking this, he returned to the cave to rest quietly. After 2 hours, when he had recovered 2 streams of cold air, he stood up again and went outside wearing the spike boots. Standing in front of a large tree, Yu Hong concentrated his energy and rooted his legs to the ground, standing quietly. He circulated his energy. He focused his power. He kicked. Suddenly, Yu Hong's right leg shot out like a spring, hitting the trunk directly. Bang! The rough, black bark of the tree exploded, sending large pieces of bark and wood flying. This was completely different from the previous kicks to the tree, which had only pierced a hole. Now, the spikes not only pierced but also caused a small explosion. Is this the power of cold air? Yu Hong withdrew his leg and carefully inspected the spikes. He was relieved to see that the edges of the spikes were not bent or damaged. The power is great. With a surprise attack, it could easily determine the outcome. Standing in the clearing, he resumed practicing his kicking technique. This time, without using cold air, he slowly began to feel a warm current gathering from his legs, flowing upward and spreading throughout his body. During visualization training, this warm current was even more pronounced, seemingly nourishing his entire body. After practicing his leg technique for a while, he began digging a hole. At nightfall, after eating dinner, Yu Hong leisurely sat by the fireplace to rest. He picked up a bag of dried mushrooms, preparing to open it and munch on it as a way to replenish trace elements. Wait! Suddenly, he remembered he had never maximized the enhancement of dried mushrooms. Not just dried mushrooms, but perhaps dry herbs and grass could also be tried. It's worth a try to see what can be maximized. The success with his leg technique filled Yu Hong with anticipation for the future. He was about to use the black mark to enhance his gray lizard suit, which he estimated would take a long time. Therefore, he planned to find something that required less enhancement time. He picked up a bag of dried mushrooms and upon opening it, saw it was full of thick-legged mushrooms with black caps and yellow stems. The rich aroma of oil exuded a comforting feeling. Yu Hong placed his hand on the bag of dried mushrooms. Enhance the dried mushrooms to the limit. The direction is. Various images of Ganoderma and medicinal herbs flashed in Yu Hong's mind. Enhance the dried mushrooms? The black mark, quite considerately, did not cut off the process immediately. However, Yu Hong glanced at the countdown that appeared. 12 days, 16 hours, 32 minutes. His heart immediately cooled, and he quickly let go, switching to pressing his hand on dried herbs. Enhance the dried herbs to the limit. The direction is multivitamin replenishment. This time, the feedback from the black mark was still normal, and the countdown quickly appeared. 3 hours, 51 minutes. I can wait for this duration, hoping it turns out to be useful. He put down the bag of dried herbs, took off his boots, and immediately a smell of foot odor filled the cave, making him cover his nose. It would be great if the socks could be enhanced for sweat absorption, odor prevention, and antibacterial properties, to avoid diseases like fungal foot infections. 3 hours passed in a flash. Yu Hong returned to the dried herbs bag, and what appeared before his eyes was a square paper box as big as a palm. On the surface of the box was written, multivitamin tablets, 200 pills. He picked up the box, and immediately there was a rustling sound, as if many pills were inside. Opening the box, he found a wooden round bottle inside. He took out the bottle, unscrewed the lid, and poured out a pill. The pill was dark green with specks of white and black, emitting a faint scent of grass. Yu Hong picked up the bottle and read the back, which stated, multivitamin grass tablets supplement the human body with needed cellulose and various trace elements, maintain the balance of body pH, facilitate bowel movement, help prevent various vitamin deficiencies, and are particularly effective for osteoporosis in middle-aged and elderly individuals. Note: take 1 pill each time once a day to meet the normal needs of an adult male. Is this really working? Yu Hong was speechless. This meant he had yet another product to sell, and these 200 grass pills would be enough for one person for over half a year. Chapter 53. Calmness. About 80 kilometers from Baiqiu village. A man in a gray hiking suit, carrying a large backpack and with a helmet and mask on, was rapidly moving along the winding road towards Baiqiu village. The road was desolate and silent, stretching endlessly like a thin gray-white line deep into the forest. The man walked for a while, stopped to carve a triangular mark on a tree with a small knife, and then looked around the environment. Crunch, crunch. Suddenly, he heard someone's footsteps slowly approaching from behind. He spun around, but saw nothing. Tisich, it's this damn thing again. The man reached up to remove his backpack, hung it on a nearby branch, then swiftly climbed up a large tree, retrieved the backpack, and unzipped it. With a rustle, he pulled out a large dark green cover and enveloped himself entirely within it. The moment he cloaked himself, he completely blended with the surrounding environment and vanished. At the same time, the mysterious footsteps behind him faded away completely. After waiting for a while, the man removed the cover, folded it back into the backpack, jumped down from the branch and continued on his way. Suddenly, he turned left sharply, dove to the ground, and lay flat. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The grass beside him was hit, sending up a small spray of dark earth. You're dead, white python. Daring to go after my boss's woman. A man's voice with a heavy foreign accent came from the distant forest. The man's expression remained unchanged as he drew a black dagger with a reverse grip, rolled swiftly across the ground. Bam, bam, bam. 3 consecutive shots hit the spot where he had just been, sending up 3 clods of black dirt. Taking advantage of this moment, the man sprang up from the ground. Using one hand to push himself upright, and once steady, he sprinted like a cheetah towards the source of the gunfire. With continuous zigzagging movements, he dodged several shots and finally closed in on the shooter. Damn! There were 3 gunmen in total, all burly men wearing stab-proof vests. Seeing him approach, The three dropped their guns, drew waist knives and surrounded him. Kill him! The three raised their knives and lunged at the man. But before they could reach him, the man effortlessly ducked out of the way. Compared to his agility, they appeared like cumbersome hunks of metal, their dagger swings hitting nothing but air. The man ducked under the first attacker, then thrust his right hand forward, precisely stabbing it into the attacker's abdomen. Rolling forward, his short knife sliced across the second person's calf. Then rising, he delivered a powerful hook punch to the third person's right ear. In a matter of seconds, the three before him collapsed to the ground. But before they could react, the man pounced, each receiving a swift knife across the throat. Thud, thud, thud. 3 precise cuts sliced across their throats. Blood gushed forth, accompanied by a trickling sound, and everything returned to tranquility. The man stood up, gathered the loot, shouldered his backpack, and continued on his way. From start to finish, he never even took off the backpack on his back. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The heavy rain poured down. Inside the mountain cave safe house, a fireplace blazed brightly, completely driving away any moisture and chill. The bright yellow firelight made the somewhat dim cave as bright as day, although it was currently daytime anyway. Yu Hong stood in the open space of the cave, practicing the heavy leg skills low sweep leg repeatedly in front of him. He had already discovered that if he didn't use inner chi to enhance it, merely practicing the heavy leg skill could accumulate new inner chi faster than high-level cultivation techniques. This cultivation technique surprisingly integrated training and combat into one high-cost performance package. So he simply focused on practicing the heavy leg skill. After practicing for a while, he drank some water and sat down to rest, and then continued to enhance the new talisman array. He now had more than 20 ordinary talisman arrays, since it only took a little over an hour to strengthen one. In another 2 days, he would gather enough to exchange for a bulletproof gray lizard suit. Yu Hong later bargained with Li Rushan, successfully negotiating for 42 talisman arrays. The talisman arrays were also tested by the other party and received affirmation. Thus, he took this price and reached a deal with the newcomer Lao Zhou for 30 talisman arrays to exchange for a second-hand gray lizard suit. Almost there, almost there. Yu Hong lifted a bowl of protein sweet soup and drank it all down. Then he stood up and began adding weights to himself, tying things to his legs. With the added weight, he continued to practice the heavy leg skill, clearly feeling another surge of warmth spread throughout his body. In this dangerous environment, the warmth nourishing his entire body brought him an intense sense of reassurance. Rumble. The thunder rolled outside, and the rain fell even harder. Raindrops drummed on the wooden door with a dense sound. Outside was cold, damp, and rainy, obscuring everything from view. Inside was warm like spring, dry and peaceful, making Yu Hong's heart settle down, completely immersed in the arduous training of his heavy leg skill. I don't need to know many techniques. I just need to master one to perfection, use it with ease, and be able to defeat the enemy in one blow. With renewed focus, he practiced diligently, using his rest periods to draw talisman arrays and strengthen the talisman array planks. After 3 days of continuous rain, it finally stopped. The entire forest had been washed clean, pure and pristine, with any bloodstains long washed away, leaving no trace. Yu Hong gathered up the talisman arrays, a large stack bundled together, and packed them into his backpack, heading towards the stone house post office. He had amassed the necessary quantity and even prepared extra for his own use. Now it was time to trade for Lao Zhou's second-hand gray lizard suit. Actually, whether second-hand or not didn't matter, as he would reinforce it himself anyway. Soon he arrived in front of the stone house, and following a newly made sign, he found Lao Zhou's dwelling not far away. Lao Zhou's place wasn't much different. It was exactly where old Yu used to live. Several items had been moved out of the ground hole, where Lao Zhou was sitting on a wooden stool, carving some furniture with a chisel. Seeing Yu Hong approach, he quickly stood up. You came just in time. I'm going out the day after tomorrow. If you didn't come now, our deal would have to be postponed. He put down the chisel, clapped his hands clean, and went inside the ground hole, coming out shortly with a somewhat worn camouflage suit. "This is my spare suit. Did you bring the talisman arrays?" Lao Zhou looked at Yu Hong. "Of course.
Yuong nodded.
Can I ask? What do you want so many talisman arrays for? Technically, it's more convenient to have Old Li take them to the supply team for exchange. For someone alone, I tend to run into trouble when I go out. The talisman arrays are much lighter than the large pyroxene stone and cover a bigger area. They're really useful." Lao Zhou forced a smile in response. "All right then." Yu Hong took the talisman array planks out of his backpack and placed them to one side for inspection. He then examined the gray lizard suit himself. This gray lizard suit was indeed, as mentioned, undamaged, just a bit old with more than 10 bullet holes on the chest. But the bullet holes hadn't penetrated the inner alloy plates, so they didn't affect usability. The helmet and mask remained perfectly intact and undamaged. Yu Hong was quite satisfied with this. Over there, Lao Zhou had finished checking the talisman arrays with the red value detector and was equally satisfied in expression. "Pleasure doing business." He squeezed out another smile. "Pleasure doing business." Yu Hong nodded with a smile, both having successfully circumvented the crook Lao Li to reach a deal. "Mind if I ask how long you've been staying here?"
Lao Yu suddenly inquisitively.
"Not long, maybe a few months," Yu Hong casually replied with a time frame. "Have you seen a young man, shorter than me, with a dark red number 8 birthmark on his face, pass by?" Lao Zhou asked softly. "I haven't seen anyone like that. After all, we mostly hide out in our own places, as you know, and rarely venture out wandering." Yu Hong shook his head slightly. "All right, thanks anyway." Lao Zhou's expression darkened a bit as he hugged the talisman arrays and walked towards the ground hole's entrance. Watching his back, Yu Hong surmised that he was probably looking for someone, and the person Lao Zhou described might be very important to him. But, unfortunately, this time of year, someone alone outside for too long was bound to encounter trouble sooner or later. Equipping the gray lizard suit, Yu Hong didn't dwell on it further, turning back towards the mountain cave. On the way, he passed by the Stone House post office and saw Li Rushan playing a stone-throwing game in the yard with his daughter, Izina. When Li Rushan saw the gray lizard suit in his hand, the smile on his face instantly vanished. However, Izina was still very excited, waving to Yu Hong from afar to greet him. Even though Yu Hong was fully clad in the stab-proof suit and helmet, the little one recognized him at a glance.
Uncle Yuong.
Yu Hong waved back to her from a distance. Seeing her chubby little face, fair and bouncy, shaking with excitement, it brightened his mood considerably. Without extra words, he continued straight back to the mountain cave safe house, walking through the muddy and damp ground, carrying the 12-pound gray lizard suit, a slightly more cumbersome journey than before. When he returned to the cave, his pant legs were already covered in grass clippings and black mud spots. Closing the wooden door, he laid the suit flat on the ground, reaching out to press on it. Yu Hong was filled with anticipation. A complete bulletproof suit would elevate his safety level to a new tier. Immediately, he thought in his mind about how to reinforce and the direction of reinforcement. Soon, after deciding everything, he silently recited in his mind. Enhance the heavy-duty bulletproof suit, direction, strengthen bulletproof effect, enhance the filter mask effect. Add inner pockets to facilitate the installation of new components. Also enhance flexibility. At this moment, what flashed in his mind were the appearances of heavily armored machine gunners from various shooting war games he had played before. This time the requirements were rather many, and Yu Hong was prepared for an extended period. Quickly, black lines emerged, flowing into the suit. A clear countdown appeared. 5 hours 15 minutes. So short? He was slightly surprised, but upon considering, although his requirements were numerous, the extent of enhancement wasn't huge. The gray lizard suit was already bulletproof, and slightly strengthening the effects and tweaking the design wasn't actually difficult. With this view, I can certainly add more features. After some thought, he took out the red value detector he had obtained before, placing it on the suit. Again, he placed his hand on the detector and the suit, mentally stating the requirements, with an additional one for red value detection capability. Soon, the new countdown appeared. This time, the duration was much longer than before. 17 hours, 21 minutes. Yu Hong exhaled and confirmed the enhancement. Chapter 54. Calmness 2. 40-some kilometers from Baiqiu village. Night. White Python Guosudong was resting quietly, half-leaned against a branch of a huge tree that required 2 people to embrace. He was wrapped in a luminous stone blanket that isolated the shadow, breathing through the vent holes in the blanket. With time passing by, the night grew ever deeper. A rustling sound of insects crawling gradually emerged from the ground. Guosudong abruptly opened his eyes, yanked off the blanket, and looked down. In the dim moonlight, large clumps of black insects surged from the dark soil below, like fountains erupting from spot to spot. The black insects surged up from the ground, spreading like crazy ants around the area, and in less than 15 seconds, the entire grassland turned black. Wave after wave of blackness moved through the woods, seeking any living thing it could devour and tear apart. Soon, some of the black insects seemed to catch a scent and began to climb up the large tree where Guosudong was perched. Guosudong's expression was unchanged as he quickly took out a small bottle, opened it, and poured some sticky liquid onto his body, smearing it for a while. In no time, a foul odor emanated from him. This scent quickly dispersed the black insects that were trying to approach below. After putting away the small bottle, Guosudong was about to continue sleeping. Boom! Suddenly, a heavy, muffled sound came from not far away. His expression shifted slightly as he stood up again and looked in that direction. Between the trees, a huge black shadow, as tall as a man and resembling an enlarged beetle with a mouthpart made up of many pincers, was charging towards him. Boom, 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 boom. Big skin? This place can actually attract a big skin? Or is it, the strength of the blood tide has increased again? Guosudong's complexion darkened as he muttered quietly to himself. Seeing the big skin approaching, he swiftly took out a special rope and threw it towards another large tree. The rope wrapped around, swinging him away in an instant. As he swung through the air, Guosudong quickly took something out of his bag, tore off the lid, and tossed it behind him. The object landed precisely in the big skin's gaping maw. 1 second. 2 seconds. Boom! In an instant, a blast of fire exploded, tearing the over 2-meter-long body of the big skin to pieces, turning it into countless black fragments that scattered like rain. In the glow of the fire, a vast number of the surrounding black insects evaporated into black smoke and disappeared. Guosudong had no intention of staying. He continued to speed away into the distance. He didn't believe that his homemade bomb could completely resolve the crisis. Blood tide monsters and Shadow were 2 completely different styles. Their most distinctive feature was their limitless numbers. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The next morning,
Hud.
Yu Hong was groggily awakened by the knocking at his door. He slowly got up and squinted towards the door. He had trained late into the night yesterday and had dug up quite a few stones, expanding a new single room a little. Furthermore, the enhancement had consumed a fair amount of his mental and physical energy, so his condition wasn't very good at the moment. "Who is it?" he called out. Due to the pyroxene secret room's effect, shadows were no longer knocking on the door much. Therefore, the knock at this time was most likely a living person. "Little Yu, it's me." The voice of Dr. Su Ruoying came from outside. "Do you have any food here? I'm running short where I am." Something happened. Yu Hong frowned, crawled out of his sleeping bag, and put on his pants. He remembered that Su Ruoying had bartered for enough food from Li Rushan not long ago. It had only been a few days. How could she suddenly be running short? What happened? He walked to the door and peered through a crack in the barrier. Outside, Su Ruoying's eyes were as red as a rabbit's, her expression haggard. She obviously hadn't rested for a long time. After confirming there was no one else and the talisman array behind the door showed no signs of disturbance, Yu Hong opened the door and quickly let her in. Sigh! As soon as she came in, Su Ruoying let out a long sigh. Yesterday evening, a group of fleeing civilians passed by, and a family of 3 settled down in a nearby empty cave. I couldn't bear it, so I lent them some food. A group of fleeing civilians passed by? Yu Hong frowned. Which direction did they come from? They said from Ueha City, Hope City. There, an extremely terrifying evil shadow erupted, and many people died. They didn't even have time to evacuate, and the official personnel tried to stop the situation from worsening, but all of them died. The citizens are fleeing everywhere. They had a car, so they were able to run fast, Su Ruoying explained with a sigh. Yu Hong was speechless. He took out a bag of protein bars to offer her. The protein bars had been repackaged, so he was not worried about them being recognized. Previously, Li Rushan had traded a lot of food from the supply team, and he also used talisman arrays and antidiarrheal medicines to trade for some, and then converted them into protein bars. Now, there were 50 or 60 protein bars piled up in the cave, enough to last a very long time. With an abundance of food, he didn't mind sharing some with Su Ruoying. Do you want to go have a look? Su Ruoying asked in a low voice, taking the bag of food. No need to go. It would be useless, Yu Hong said after a moment of silence, refusing the suggestion. Although he carried the black mark, he could only just manage his basic living and safety needs. As for the rest, he was powerless. Thanks. Su Ruoying, holding the protein bars, turned around, opened the door, and left. Yu Hong remained seated on the stool, took out a radio, and turned it on. After the hissing noise, the faint sounds of the radio broadcast soon resumed. 2 male voices seemed to be conversing back and forth. We hope to handle this matter well. In response to the recent widespread worsening of the Black Disaster, the relevant departments have identified the sources, which consist of 7 high-risk evil shadows causing breaches in Hope City's internal defense lines, ultimately leading to the flooding of the Black Disaster. These 7 types of evil shadows have been targeted for collection by the Silver Tower, determining their corresponding levels of threat. According to information released by the Silver Tower, we know that the current Black Disaster is mainly divided into levels 1 to 9 of danger, where danger level doesn't indicate strength. Rather, it indicates the harm it can do to the surrounding environment and society. This time, the 7 types of evil shadows happen to be dangerous entities ranging from level 2 to 5. So does that mean the lowest level of Black Disaster is easier to handle? The lowest level means we have a thorough understanding and can accurately develop countermeasures, avoiding most of their harm, which is why the danger level is extremely low. For example, a common black insect, scientifically known as Hemoleak, is a level 1 danger. However, in fact, according to Silver Tower's current statistics of all black disasters, we can see that levels 1 to 9 are just the standard danger levels. Beyond that, there are 3 higher categories: war level, nightmare level, and despair level. I'm aware of that. Right now, Aurora City is battling against the frontline black disaster, which is war level, the host answered. Of course, we can't simply judge the strength of a black disaster by this classification. If you don't have information about the corresponding black disaster and its weaknesses, then even a level 1 for you would be despair level, impossible to block and certain death, the other man replied. I understand that, but for the higher levels, where does the main danger lie? The host asked. It lies in the scope of erosion and the desire to erode. Everyone knows that now, outside the central circle of Hope City, many districts are facing a new round of challenges. So my suggestion is to move to the central circle as soon as possible. Only behind the protection of the Aurora defensive line can you avoid harm to the maximum extent. What followed were some uninformative thank yous and compliments from the host to the guest. Yu Hong didn't listen closely. The radio hosts and experts spoke about the casualties and collapse of defenses in the outside world of Hope City without any emotional fluctuation, as if they were talking about trivial matters unrelated to themselves. Have I gotten used to it, or is it some other reason? Yu Hong stood up. Among those 7 types of level 5 black disasters, evil shadows, could the withered woman be one of them? He had no way of knowing. If so, behind that were so many levels and varieties of black disaster. The casualties of humanity had simply turned into cold numbers, cheap and frequent. Thinking of this, He suddenly felt an indescribable sense of suffocation. He poured a glass of water and drank it in one gulp. He immediately began practicing the heavy leg skill. A stream of heat flowed through his legs and spread throughout his body. This sensation of nourishment made his mood much better. After relaxing for a moment, he stood in front of the enhancing gray lizard suit. The countdown was nearly at its end. He watched the numbers decrease rapidly and glanced at the corner where his pyroxene reserves were. The ordinary luminous stones he had saved up were almost used up. He had to go to the mines to restock. A few minutes later, the countdown for the gray lizard suit finally ended. A blur of distortion covered the entire suit, and a second later the distortion disappeared. A new, pitch-black, thick bulletproof suit appeared in front of Yu Hong. It maintained the appearance of the gray lizard suit, but without the camouflage color, and it became significantly thicker overall. The helmet came with wind goggles and a filter mask. The alloy plates on the body were thicker than before, and the details were more tightly sewn. The coverage of the bulletproof ceramic plates basically completely shielded the entire torso. Even the gaps around the neck were blocked by high-strength alloy plates. Yu Hong was in high spirits. He picked it up and quickly put it on. The new gray lizard suit was heavier than before, weighing about 16 or 17 pounds, but the mobility was almost the same as wearing regular clothes. The effect on flexibility was minimal. Fully armed, after putting it on, he also discovered the red value detector had been integrated into the collar. Inside the collar was a small LCD screen that displayed the specific red value of the external environment. Yu Hong moved around in the suit and began practicing the heavy leg skill again. This time, with the added weight, the heavy leg skill generated even more heat than before. With a trace of heat flowing through his entire body, he simply pushed the door open and stepped out of the safe house to move around outside in the open space. With the red value detector continuously monitoring, any evil shadows that might appear around him could be detected in time. After moving around for a while, he thought of the fleeing team Su Ruoying had mentioned. Perhaps he could trade with them for some new items to enhance. Furthermore, with Su Ruoying alone there, she might encounter danger. Feeling the 4 cool air currents still in his possession, Yu Hong turned back, grabbed a bag of protein bars, and hurried to Dr. Su's residence. With spike boots, the enhanced gray lizard suit, along with the heavy leg skill and the 4 cool airs in his possession, Yu Hong felt somewhat more secure. He planned to check on her and then return to enhance the solar generator to charge the radio and red value detector. Otherwise, once the power ran out, they would be completely useless. Following the familiar route, the suit weighing several pounds seemed non-existent on Yu Hong's body. He had built up strength by dragging wood and working as a carpenter, chiseling stone. He was already well trained. What puzzled him was that ever since he had started practicing the heavy leg skill, the skin and bones on his legs felt less and less pain, and even the sense of touch had become somewhat numb. Chapter 55. 054 Soothing 3. Following the familiar path, Yu Hong made his way forward, quickly locating the burrow where Dr. Su lived. The door of the burrow was half open, and a burly bald man was arguing loudly with Su Ruoying. His voice sharp and his expression full of rage. The words of their argument were thick with an out-of-town accent, and in a dialect unknown to Yu Hong. He couldn't understand a thing even as he drew closer. He just stood waiting at a distance for the two to finish talking, but after a short while, the man's voice grew increasingly loud and roaring. With a bang, the bald man let out an angry roar, grabbed Dr. Su by the collar, and bellowed at her. Yu Hong, without saying a word, darkened his expression and quickly approached. "What happened?" he asked sternly, looking at Dr. Su. "What are you doing? Why won't you give us medicine? We have 3 wounded who need it, and you hand it out to some trash picker but not to us." The bald man shouted furiously, his face and ears flushed. "I'll give my medicine to whomever I please," Su Ruoying retorted angrily, her collar tugging at her neck, making it difficult for her to breathe and respond to Yu Hong's question. "You want to die? Believe it or not, I will beat you to death, you bastard." The bald man revealed a threatening expression. "Talk nicely. Don't get physical." Yu Hong stepped forward and frowned in an attempt to mediate, Who the hell are you? Mind your own business. It was obvious the bald man had recently fled from the city and hadn't yet adapted to the outside world.
Bang!
Yu Hong didn't exchange another word. His right leg thrust forward with a fierce sweep. Having practiced the low sweep leg for several days, he had unleashed it instantly without using inner chi, relying solely on raw power. Following a dull thud, the bald man's face contorted as he bent over, clutching his leg and wailing in pain on the ground. Before he could angrily retort or fight back, a flurry of heavy kicks crashed down on his shoulders and head in quick succession.
Bang, 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 bang.
The alloy steel patches on his reinforced suit, which were also attached to his shins, were quite hard. After several kicks, the bald man was beaten to the ground, unable to rise. Cooled off yet? Yu Hong finished kicking and examined the feeling in his shins. Protected by the internal padding, his shins were completely unharmed and painless, even comfortably numb, as if they had been massaged. He couldn't help but deliver 2 more kicks.
Bang, bang.
The bald man groaned in pain, collapsing to the ground. His left leg now visibly dented with a clear curve. "See, calm down," he said, sweating bullets and pale-faced, cowering on the ground as he looked up at Yu Hong, whose heavily armed appearance was quite intimidating. Moreover, the strength behind those recent kicks caught him off guard. He hadn't seen them coming at all. In reality, his opponent's kicks had been swift. The leg lifts had come without warning, coupled with his own distraction. "What happened?" Yu Hong asked again. The bald man clenched his teeth, immediately speaking clearly, and recounted the whole truth. "We just saw her giving out anti-inflammatory drugs to help someone, and we wanted some too. She wouldn't give it to us, so we thought about taking some by force." "Get lost," Yu Hong said casually. He knew newcomers would cause trouble. He kicked the man again, his movements practiced and swift, but the clash of the alloy against bone elicited another scream. Watching the man scurry away with an injured leg, Yu Hong turned back to look at Dr. Su, who appeared exhausted. "What happened? People are everywhere, always watching and ready to take advantage. Thanks for your help this time," Dr. Su sighed. She looked at the retreating bald man with a sense of helplessness. "These folks were just passing through. You need to be careful too. I just gave out some food and medicine, and they were after me." "You, just now." "It's nothing," Yu Hong said, having taken the opportunity to test his heavy leg skill in combination with the alloy, which proved quite powerful. And now, fully armored with a helmet, visor, and bulletproof vest, he felt much more confident should trouble arise than before. "But I don't think that guy will just let this go." Su Ruoying expressed her concern again. "I'll be careful. In this kind of environment, if they dare to wander around carelessly, aren't they afraid of being eaten by shadows?"
Yuong Wondred.
That group came by car. They ran out of fuel not far from here but still had luminous stones. Su Ruoying explained briefly. "I saw them when I went out to gather firewood. There was a baby with a fever in the car. Couldn't bear it. I didn't expect." She then forced a strained smile. "In times like these, you have to protect yourself first." Yu Hong patted her shoulder and started walking toward the post office. He planned to find Li Rushan to ask about the situation. Couriers had access to far more information than they did, and he probably knew more. After walking for a while, he didn't hear the sound of the door closing and turned back to look. He saw Su Ruoying standing by the door, staring blankly, lost in thought. Yu Hong guessed the woman was probably thinking about her own family. She had also had a husband and children, and a happy life. Unfortunately, it had all been destroyed by the Black Disaster. Turning his head, he continued forward. He hadn't gone far when 2 men brandishing sharp knives blocked his path. And there was a third, clutching a handgun and limping against a tree, glaring menacingly their way. It was none other than the bald man he had just let go. 3 men in total. They all looked to be in their 30s, their clothes neat, muscular and toned, a sign of having lived well until now, especially in these times. This meant that these 3 men had enjoyed a comfortable life up until now, and on top of that they had a gun. "That's him. My leg still hurts." "Break his legs first," the bald man angrily ordered. As his words fell, the other two men, holding knives, advanced quickly, flanking from both sides. Evidently, they were subordinates of the bald man. Yu Hong didn't know what to say. He was in his bulletproof suit, with 4 bars of inner chi in reserve, ready to burst forth at any moment. Fully armed to the teeth, these few were the perfect test subjects for the effectiveness of his gear. Although he trusted the enhancements of Black Mark, it was, after all, just a firearm, and they were at such close range. Watching the two slowly approach, he stood still. Instead, he quietly sensed the location and distance of the 3. Click. He saw the bald man sneer, raising his gun, aiming at him, flipping the safety off. The black muzzle had a chilling sharpness to it. The other two, one was slapping his thigh with a short knife. The other was expressionless, juggling a knife. The distance slowly closed in. 5 meters. 4 meters. 3 meters. Thump! Suddenly, Yu Hong took a quick step forward, rushing in, stomping his foot on the ground, and jerked the Wolf Fong club from his back, swinging it down toward the head of the person on his right. His movements were quick, but the opponent was not bad either. The Wolf Fong club didn't hit the man but instead struck the short knife that was raised to block. Clang! With the sound of impact, Yu Hong's right leg performed a low sweep leg, its practiced fluidity immediately taking effect. Crack! Alloy plates clashed violently with leg bones, breaking them. The man screamed in agony, dropping to his knees. Without looking at the man's reaction, Yu Hong faced the second assailant, who had charged at him. The opponent's short knife had viciously chopped down on his arm, but was blocked by the high-density ceramic plates and soft cushioning bulletproof material. Yu Hong swung the club again, but missed as the figure vanished from view. By the time he came to his senses, he felt something striking and piercing into his side. Without turning his head, he kicked backward with his metal-booted left leg. Thump! A cry of pain came from behind him. Seizing the moment to turn around, he grabbed the third man, who was back against a tree, pressing down on his shoulder and executed another low sweep leg. Crack! Another crisp sound. Ah! My leg! The man wailed in pain, falling to the ground. He couldn't understand how Yu Hong's gear was distributed, with alloy plates and high-density ceramic pieces all over his body. This was not a mere stab vest or bulletproof vest, but something akin to ancient full-body armor. Yu Hong looked at the man's pained expression, lifting the Wolf Fong club to move forward. Suddenly, a bang of a gunshot. He swayed side to side, the helmet's side now dented with a bullet mark. He paused, slightly turning his face to look toward the bald man. The guy's hand was trembling with the pistol raised, aimed in this direction, the muzzle still emitting faint blue smoke. Run! The bald man yelled out loud, pulling the trigger again. Bang! Another shot rang out, hitting Yu Hong's left shoulder, sparking a bit. This shot was aimed at his face. Although he wore an alloy face mask for protection, with bulletproof glass-made wind goggles covering his eyes, the bulletproof glass would still shatter upon impact, potentially impairing vision. So, at the crucial moment, Yu Hong ducked and swerved sideways. After the 2 shots, he quickly charged at the bald man. Hard leather boots stamped on the grass, leaving deep footprints. Damn! The bald man frantically pulled the trigger, but there were no bullets left. Panicking, he tossed the gun away and stumbled as he ran off. He didn't get very far. Wham! The back of his head was struck hard with the Black Wolf Fong club. The bald man fell forward onto the ground, dazedly trying to get up, but his blurry vision prevented him from keeping balance. He could only prop himself up and crawl forward a bit. Wham! Another blow from the Wolf Fong club landed. The bald man lay on the ground, eyes open and motionless. A large dent smashed into the back of his skull. Blood slowly seeped out, trickling down his neck and onto the dark soil of the grass. Yu Hong picked up the Wolf Fong club from behind him, turning to walk toward the other 2 fleeing men. No. Don't. Help. Save me. After 2 screams, the other 2 also lost their breath. Before long, in the forest, Yu Hong dragged the legs of the corpses, piling them together, and then picked up the pistol, collecting the spoils from the three men. Unfortunately, the three were poor as dirt. Aside from a keychain, a multi-tool knife, and 2 short knives of some use, the rest was just their clothes. Yu Hong calmly stood up, holding the bloodied items, and looked back towards the distant woods, where Li Rushan was watching from afar, with a small head behind him, Izina. Obviously, they had been drawn by the gunshots, but had come in time to witness this scene. "Sorry," Yu Hong spoke, "for the disturbance." The expression under his face mask was invisible, but at that moment, in his enhanced gray lizard suit with the Wolf Fang club in hand, his hands stained with blood, the image he presented completely overturned the honest impression he usually gave to the two. Chapter 56. Alleviation 4. "It's okay." Li Rushan still had a smile on his face. "These people are potential dangers. Even if you don't deal with them, I would have driven them away." He glanced over the 3 bodies on the ground, his gaze quickly returning to the suit Yu Hong wore. "It's fine as long as it is." Yu Hong exhaled, turning to carry his equipment back to his dwelling, step by step. At such a time, it was inconvenient for him to continue chatting with Li Rushan. The other had obviously become wary of him. His silhouette, neither fast nor slow, gradually vanished into the depths of the forest. Only after he had completely disappeared from sight did the smile on Li Rushan's face gradually fade. "That equipment is very strong," he murmured softly. "Daddy, Uncle Yu Hong was so scary just now," Izina whispered behind him. "It's okay. Daddy will protect you." Li Rushan smiled again. "Although his equipment is powerful, Daddy is stronger." He extended his hand to rub his daughter's little head. Despite his reassuring words, recalling the sight of Yu Hong executing those low sweep legs, he felt a strange sense of déjà vu. Wasn't that the basic technique of the leg skills he had sold to the other man? Although the movements were somewhat awkward, the way he executed the force was indeed similar. But how was that guy's sweep legs so fast? Thinking back to those moments, a trace of solemnity flickered through Li Rushan's eyes. He had witnessed firsthand how comprehensive and strong the protection offered by that black suit was, far surpassing the gray lizard suit, and combined with Yu Hong's inexplicably explosive speed, it seemed only joint techniques would be able to subdue such a man. Back in the cave sanctuary, Yu Hong stood in an open space, flexing the suit on his body. He didn't take it off. Instead, he began to train in the heavy leg skill with added weight. Having just killed 3 men, he appeared calm, but inside there was an indefinable sense of panic. Although he had dealt with others before, this time he had personally ended the lives of 3 men, creating 3 corpses. The feeling of someone falling with a single hit was very surreal. At this moment, to calm his emotions, all he could do was immerse himself in mindless training, over and over again, constantly repeating. Unconsciously, the sky outside had darkened, and time had sped by. Once again it was evening. By the time Yu Hong snapped out of his trance, it was already dark outside. No black bugs tonight, just silence. He was drenched in sweat, standing still in the cave until his breathing fully stabilized. Then he began to slowly remove his equipment. Right now, a warm current flowed throughout his body. During this latest exercise, the 5th strand of inner chi had quietly condensed and gathered at his lower abdomen. At the same time, the skin on his legs gradually felt like it was covered with a plastic film, as if his sense of touch wasn't as sensitive anymore. He took off his trousers and looked down to inspect them. On the white skin of his legs, a transparent layer of keratin had grown unnoticed. He touched it, finding it somewhat hard, as if it wasn't part of his own skin, with very little sensation. Is this the effect of the heavy leg skill? Putting on his pants, Yu Hong sighed. Unconsciously, he seemed to have become completely different from his former self. He picked up the helmet of the suit, which was integrated with a red value detector. Wearing it, it could light up red in the direction of an incoming shadow or evil shadow within the helmet, while the specific values were displayed on the collar. This was a very practical feature, allowing for specific detection of the direction of an approaching shadow or evil shadow, far more useful than a simple red value detector. As the emotional turmoil from killing subsided, Yu Hong remembered the black mark's function of synthesis. Since it can combine two things to create something new, then his eyes flickered and settled on the dry wood piled in the corner of the room, which was mixed with some vibrant green wild grass brought in from outside. Yu Hong stepped forward, picking up a palm-sized stalk of grass and then a luminous stone. He put them together and placed his hand on top. Yes, he intended to test merging these two items, having randomly chosen two for the experiment. Enhance the wild grass with the direction of wild grass with the effect of the luminous stone. Yu Hong thought silently to himself. Quickly, black lines streamed out from the mark on the back of his hand and instantly entered the wild grass and luminous stone. A cold, mechanical voice provided feedback in his ear. Do you wish to enhance the wild grass? He hesitated, then mentally answered, yes. Suddenly, a change occurred. Hearing the familiar feedback, Yu Hong should have been pleased, but at that moment, a strong pulling force surged from the black mark on his hand the instant he responded. In that instant, he clearly felt his physical stamina and mental energy being devoured and absorbed rapidly by the black mark. This had happened before. Suppressing the shock in his heart, he endured the discomfort of the absorption and mobilized his inner chi. Before long, when his stamina and mental energy were nearly half depleted, the first strand of inner chi was instantly replenished. But it only lasted a few seconds before the replenished stamina and mental energy were again exhausted. Yu Hong continued to mobilize the second strand of inner chi. Unfortunately, the black mark's absorption this time was even more exaggerated than before, and the replenished inner chi was still insufficient. Then came the third, the fourth, the fifth strand. The fifth stream of inner chi that had just been aggregated was also rapidly devoured to exhaustion. Yu Hong watched his remaining physical and mental energy dwindle, his body growing increasingly burdened with sleepiness and fatigue. Finally, the absorption by the black mark stopped. Every time it's like this, it has precisely calculated all the stock I have on me. He was speechless, leaning on the table and gasping for air, waiting for his body to recover. At this moment, his eyes were full of white spots, and he breathed rapidly with a feeling of excessive weariness and lack of oxygen. All his muscles were weak and powerless, as if he was about to completely overdraw his state. After resting for several minutes, he finally had the strength to examine the culprits that had caused him to be like this, the wild grass and the luminous stone. At this time, a new countdown number appeared on both the wild grass and the luminous stone. 2 days, 8 hours, 47 minutes. Pretty impressive. Yu Hong had never expected that the two random things he had put together could actually enhance each other. Looking at these two disparate items, he felt some anticipation, curious about what would be enhanced from their union. But at this time, the black mark had already occupied the enhancement time, so he could only wait 2 days. Luckily, it was only 2 days. This time, the black mark instead initiated the inquiry first and did not display a countdown, which caused him to suffer quietly. If he cancelled the enhancement now, he feared all his previous efforts would go to waste. Wait a minute. I don't know how to cancel the enhancement? Yu Hong suddenly came to his senses. Having used the black mark for so long, he just realized that he truly didn't know how to cancel an enhancement of the black mark. After lighting the fireplace, he began to drink the sweet soup he had cooked during the day, gasping heavily. Even though the taste was sickeningly sweet, there wasn't much choice at the moment. After eating, Yu Hong fell asleep by the fireplace. He slept straight through to the next afternoon, and when he woke up, it was almost dark outside again. After taking care of personal hygiene, Yu Hong turned on the solar power generator he had bought before and placed it in the sunny spot behind the door to test if it would work tomorrow. He also checked the countdown for the enhancement of the wild grass from time to time. He was genuinely excited about what this thing could enhance. By evening, he continued to practice his heavy leg skill, eat, rest, and then it was the next day. Finally, in the afternoon of the following day, the countdown was about to end. Yu Hong had been practicing the heavy leg skill all day and stopped as the end approached, standing by quietly and waiting. 10 minutes. 5 minutes. 2 minutes. The last minute. Yu Hong sat by the table, his eyes unblinkingly fixed on the wild grass. Whoosh! In an instant, a distorted blur covered the wild grass and the luminous stone. After the blur, the luminous stone vanished. The wild grass remained in its place, but its color had turned into a larger stalk with white spots. Apart from the color and size, the wild grass didn't seem to change much. Just as Yu Hong's brow furrowed in confusion, the feedback sound of the black mark suddenly rang in his ears again. Enhancement successful. Default name given as luminous stone grass. Current enhancement is a living entity. Shall a black mark be given? Current number of marks, 1. Yu Hong stood up abruptly, with a somewhat astonished expression on his face. Mark? What's that? He had been using the black mark for such a long time, and this was the first time he encountered this. The black mark gave no answer. It seemed rather rigid, like a preset dead program that only provided hints when it coincidentally encountered the corresponding part. Yu Hong stood there, intently observing the dotted green grass, with a deep frown. He was contemplating what this mark might be. After thinking for a long time, he gritted his teeth. The wild grass he had enhanced for so long certainly wouldn't be completely worthless. He decided to give it a try. Once a mark is placed, can it be changed or cancelled? He thought to himself. No response. Yu Hong thought for a moment, pressed his hand on the black mark, and repeated the question. This time he got a response. Yes, after changing, the non-marked entity will lose most of its effects, replied the mechanical voice of the black mark quickly. Well then, give it a mark, Yu Hong responded in his mind. He was curious to see what this new function of the black mark was. At the moment of his response, the strengthened wild grass on the desk flashed with a glint of luminescent halo. At the same time, Yu Hong felt a slight prick in his heart, as if something penetrated into his mind. Mark complete, current controllable mark, luminous stone grass, came the voice of the black mark. Luminous stone grass. At this moment, Yu Hong inexplicably felt a connection with the luminous stone grass in front of him. It was as if he could control it, command it to undergo various changes. The sensation was like holding a remote control in his hand that could manipulate a moving electric model at will. Except this remote control was implanted deep within his heart, controlled by his consciousness and thoughts. Along with the control came a brief influx of information into his mind. Luminous stone grass. A special plant that can reduce the red value in the air to a certain degree. When gathered in sufficient quantities, it can produce a clustering effect. It has a strong vitality, requiring only a small amount of water, sunlight, and ordinary soil to grow. Growth cycle. For days. The operator of the mark can use inner chi to shorten the cycle. Yu Hong stood shockingly still, almost doubting his own senses. Could the enhancement actually be like this? Chapter 57, Hope I. Luminous stone grass. A bizarre plant synthesized from luminous stone and wild grass. The most crucial part was that he seemed able to control it. Yu Hong pinched the enhanced stem of the grass and pondered. Then he looked up at the sky outside. The sunset's red light, filtering through the cracks of the door, dyed a small area at the entrance red. He exhaled, stood up, pinched the luminous stone grass, opened the door, and walked into the courtyard outside. After several days of adjustment and arrangement, the stone courtyard outside was beginning to take shape. It started with a large circular ring made of stones, which were slowly mixed with black mud and compacted into mixed mounds. At this time, the ring of gray mounds was about 10 or so centimeters high, encircling an area of about 200 square meters. The terrain was filled with black mud-covered ground sprouting green grass, with several large stones protruding from the surface. In one corner, a tree of unknown variety grew lush, casting a diagonal shade about 5 or 6 meters in diameter. Yu Hong glanced at the sunset, squatted down, picked up a random branch, and stuck it into the ground to estimate the time. Then he got up, wandered around the simple courtyard, and thought about where to plant the luminous stone grass. Turning around, his gaze soon fell upon a small slope dip in front of the cave entrance. On one side was a white stone wall, and on the other, the courtyard's black mud ground, with sparse wild grass not being plentiful. Right here! He moved forward, plucked out all the sparse wild grass, and even dug out the roots with a chisel. Finally, he dug a small hole, stuffed the roots of the luminous stone grass into it, and packed the soil tightly. He finished by watering it. After finishing these tasks, he stood up satisfactorily, returned to the safety shelter in the cave, and waited for the results of the planting. Soon, the sky outside darkened. The solar-powered generator placed at the entrance, on its LCD screen, displayed that it had accumulated 2 grids of power. The solar-powered generator consisted of 2 parts. One was the solar panel, which could be folded and unfolded. The other was a control wire-link display and main control console, a small plastic box the size of a book, with operation buttons and a square LCD screen that showed the remaining power. Additionally, the solar-powered generator also had special outlets for powering other equipment. On its side, a row of more than 10 outlets were all able to charge other devices. Yu Hong took out the radio, searched it briefly, and drew a half-meter-long power cord from a hidden box at the base of the radio, plugging it into the solar panel. Finally, I can charge. He sighed with relief. He had been afraid to use the radio frequently because he was worried about running out of power, but now things were looking up with the solar-powered generator still being barely functional. After confirming there was no problem with the charging, Yu Hong calculated the charging time. The radio, still half-charged, was fully powered in just over 10 minutes. And the solar-powered generator's display still showed 1 remaining grid. By this time, the sunset had completely disappeared, and the sky had fallen into darkness. It looks like it's still better to enhance it, but in which direction should I strengthen it? Yu Hong began to contemplate. Previously, I only enhanced the durability, which was a bit short-sighted. Since it's possible to add functions, integrate those functions, then I should think carefully about how to enhance them. Yu Hong pulled down the blinds, raised the furnace, sat down, and turned on the radio. Soft melodies wafted from the radio, resembling some sort of harp music, long, delicate, and melodious, like a woman softly weeping. A piano-like accompaniment chimed in intermittently, crisp and pleasant to the ear. His gaze fixed on the solar-powered machine, his mind filled with various thoughts. Firstly, durability is essential. Secondly, increasing the overall battery capacity is necessary, in case of consecutive cloudy days without a chance to charge. Thirdly, the conversion efficiency must be improved. Otherwise, if the days get shorter, it may not be sufficient. Fourthly, the sturdiness must be strengthened. Otherwise, a slight mishap could damage it, and I'd have no idea where to get it repaired. After setting these 4 points, Yu Hong stretched out his hand and placed it on the solar-powered machine, beginning the enhancement. He silently recited his chosen direction for enhancement, and the black mark quickly provided feedback, initiating the countdown. 2 days, 7 hours, 15 minutes. Not too long. Yu Hong nodded in satisfaction, stood up to drink some water, and continued his daily training and practice routine. In this monotonous environment, having a radio to listen to music while practicing was an immense improvement over his previous state. This made Yu Hong feel as if there was a breath of life around him, rather than living alone in the uninhabited woods spanning several hundred meters. As the music constantly repeated, Yu Hong gradually entered a deep state of practice. Time thus quietly slipped away day by day. The solar-powered machine was quickly enhanced, its appearance refreshed and significantly fortified. Yu Hong placed it outside the cave during the day to absorb sunlight, and brought it in at night. And he spent his days cleaning, washing, exercising, gathering wood and water at noon, foraging, exchanging resources, practicing in the afternoon, and creating talisman arrays with the large pyroxene stone. He listened to the radio in the evening, continued his practice, and enhanced the talisman arrays. This routine repeated. Before he knew it, over 3 weeks had passed. In the early morning, in the stone courtyard outside the cave, some green grass with spots had begun to grow. This grass was sparse, scattered across the mud, and when illuminated by the sunlight, the spots on them reflected a faint fluorescent glow. Click. The wooden door of the cave opened, and Yu Hong walked out, fully armed in his enhanced gray lizard suit, holding a freshly cleaned luminous stone wolf fang club, with a multi-purpose knife slung on his back. He followed the stone steps down, walked to the side of the luminous stone grass, and squatted down to inspect it. As he got closer, the LCD display on his collar started rapidly showing the surrounding environmental red value data. After a series of fluctuations, the values stabilized. -24. Yu Hong sighed, his face inside the helmet showing a trace of relaxation. He took out a thin wooden board and pulled out a charcoal pencil from his pocket, recording the date and data, the number of luminous stone plants. The board was already packed with many records. From top to bottom, it was visible that the luminous stone plants had spread from a single stem at the beginning, disseminated seeds, and grown into a patch of the same kind. In a short span of 10 to 20 days, it had proliferated from 1 to more than 10 plants. And at the beginning, the influence of the surrounding environment's red value was only in the single digits. Now it had actually reached 20. Yu Hong stood up, expanded the distance, and continuously tested the data on the red value detector on his collar. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. As the distance expanded, the red value also continuously decreased. At last, he stopped at the boundary of the rock courtyard and stood still. The LCD screen on his collar also displayed a fixed data. -2. This is it seems just right. This is the limit. Yu Hong circled around, confirming the influence range and limit of the red value of the luminous stone grass. Returning in front of the cave, he looked at the sprouts in the muddy ground, pressed his hand on the black mark, and silently imagined controlling the luminous stone grass. Soon, a strange sense of connection emerged in his mind. It was as if a light point floated deep within his chest, a green light point, which was the marker representing the luminous stone grass. Should inner chi be used to catalyze acceleration? At the moment his consciousness touched the light point, the cold mechanical voice of the black mark quietly sounded by his ear. Yu Hong's expression became serious. This was exactly the function he intended to test. Letting it grow naturally before was just to record comparison data before and after. After all, if he didn't know the normal growth rate, he wouldn't be able to compare how much inner chi could increase the growth rate. He settled his mind, silently murmuring, "Yes." Suddenly, one strand of his inner chi within him began to stir, as if eager to move upwards, towards the light point representing the luminous stone grass. Thinking it over, Yu Hong, with his intent, controlled that strand of inner chi, mobilized it and swiftly moved it upwards. Shortly after, the inner chi collided with the light point of the luminous stone grass. Hiss! A soft faint sound seemed to ring in his ears. That strand of inner chi disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if completely devoured by the light point of the luminous stone grass. At the same time, the light spot representing the luminous stone grass suddenly brightened significantly, at least half brighter than before. Then, it seemed to remain in that state continuously, brighter than before, as if burning, consuming the absorbed inner chi. Yu Hong observed for over 10 minutes, ensuring there were no other issues, then came back to his senses and checked the patch of luminous stone grass on the ground. But no matter how he looked, he could not discern any change from before. After the fruitless observation, he could only reluctantly put it aside for now and continue with his daily routine. As time gradually passed, the night grew deep and quiet, gradually covering the sky. Inside the cave, Yu Hong quietly adjusted the firewood in the fireplace, using a stick to push aside excess ash so that oxygen could enter and allow full burning. The firelight shone on his face, imprinting fine beads of sweat and grease. Long periods of physical labor and exercise had made his body increasingly muscular and well-proportioned. The rustling sound of creeping insects gradually came from outside the door. Soon, through the door cracks and air vents, streams of black insect swarms poured in like flowing water. Before the black insects could touch the ground, they quickly evaporated in the light of the fireplace, turning into black smoke. Yu Hong stood up, silently watching this scene. Previously, he would have been flustered and frightened by the blood tide's black insects. But now, he had long since adapted. Time gradually passed, and soon, about half an hour or so, the black insects began to come intermittently, no longer as continuous and accelerated as usual. Yu Hong's expression shifted slightly. He flipped out a spare candle from a corner, lit it, and held it in his hand, slowly approaching the door. Swoosh! He pulled open one side of the door's glass window with a stick. Through the high-strength glass, he lit up the outside with the candlelight. Immediately, a small circle of black insects outside instantly turned into black smoke and disappeared, clearing out a safe area. At the same time, the candle's flame also shrank considerably, as if suppressed, and the burning speed increased substantially. Yu Hong ignored these common changes, but instead looked outside with the aid of the candlelight. This look revealed a trace of surprise on his face. Outside the cave, in the rock courtyard, the pitch-black night currently displayed a few luminous stone plants emitting a soft, faint white light. The luminous stone grass emitting light. Yu Hong blinked, looking carefully again.
No mistake.
The luminous stone grass was indeed emitting light, and the white light exactly covered the entire small rock courtyard, exactly corresponding to the red value influence range he had tested during the day. With the help of the candlelight, Yu Hong could clearly see. The black insects, under the faint white light of the luminous stone grass, surged towards the cave, but only a small part came through, while more, as if disliking the white light, dispersed towards the darkness in the distance, like river water split by rocks. Chapter 58. Hope 2. In the circular courtyard, as the black insects got closer to the luminous grass, their numbers dwindled. Many of the insects diverted and fled halfway through their approach. They fled the white light, changed their crawling direction, and merged again into the rolling black tide outside. In the end, only about 1/10 of the original number of black insects actually reached the safe house in the cave. Could it be that the luminous grass actually has this function? No. Wait, perhaps this is one of the core methods that large cities use to repel and isolate the black disaster. Reduce the red value of the environment. This was the method Yu Hong had just thought of. Asterisk, he speculated in his heart. Could it be that the red value can actually affect the blood-tide black insects in the black disaster? This means, perhaps essentially, the blood-tide black insects and the evil shadow, are all of the same kind. Asterisk.
Yu Hong pondait.
He held up a candle, closed the glass window shutters, and retreated to the safe area. Watching the black insects trickle in intermittently, he formed more conjectures and plans regarding the luminous grass. Asterisk, could such a small amount of luminous grass really affect the blood tide? What if there were more? What if the entire courtyard were covered with it? Could it completely block the invasion of the blood tide black insects? Even big skin, asterisk. A strong sense of anticipation arose in Yu Hong's heart. He had not expected something he casually synthesized to have such a significant effect. Asterisk, regarding the blood tide insect disaster, a catastrophe that severely affected people's sleep and rest. He had longed for a good night's sleep for a long time. In fact, it wasn't just him. Others, including Old Li, Old Zhou, and Dr. Su, were all the same. Asterisk. He had asked for solutions. If it were the evil shadow, the luminous stone could still be used to find ways to isolate and hide. But as for the blood tide, there was really no way. The next morning, Yu Hong stepped out of the door under the morning light. The day before, he had infused a bit of inner qi, and today he wanted to see what the result of this infusion would be. As soon as he went out, a small patch of lush, vibrant, speckled grass caught his eye. So much? Yu Hong stood dumbfounded at the door, staring blankly at the luminous grasses in the courtyard below. What had been only a dozen plants the day before had now grown by more than half, reaching more than 20. Their position had spread to occupy a third of the stony courtyard. Just one day, Yu Hong marveled in his heart. He was immensely grateful for the assistance of the Black Mark. Otherwise, in this dangerous and terrifying environment, he would have been doomed on the day the stammering Yi left, with not even dust remaining. Descending the steps, he confirmed that the newly grown luminous grasses were real and healthy, and quickly tested the red value data in the courtyard. This time, the measurement taken at the edge of the courtyard was -13, much higher than before. On the third day, Yu Hong once again used inner chi to accelerate the growth of the luminous grass, this time using 2 bits in quick succession. By the fourth day, most of the courtyard was covered in luminous grass. And at the edge of the courtyard, the red value measurement had reached -41. Late at night, Yu Hong stood behind the wooden door, watching the courtyard outside through the glass window. In the courtyard, the soft white light covered the entire space and extended to some surrounding areas. From the area covered by the white light, the black insects avoided it, diverting around this region to head elsewhere. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Soon, the sound of heavy footsteps came, as a large, blackened beetle emerged from the darkness, stepping into the white light area. But after just a few steps into the courtyard, covering a third of the distance, Big Skin shook its small head, turned to the side, and left, soon disappearing into the thick night. Seeing this scene, a look of surprise appeared on Yu Hong's face. Even Big Skin can be repelled, he thought with delight. A single large pyroxene stone gives off a red value of only -80 or 90. Yet the luminous grass here radiated a range of -30 to 40, and this was a constantly emitted value, increasing from far to near. He had measured the data and found that the luminous grass had a red value reaching over 100 up close, almost equivalent to stacking a large pyroxene stone at the entrance of the cave at all times. Although I don't know how long it will sustain the consumption, this thing can replenish itself before it runs out, which is far more economical than luminous stones. Through the glass window, Yu Hong felt a strong sense of security looking at the scene in the courtyard. Luminous grass was something he created unintentionally, never expecting it to have such a large impact. Watching the blood-tide black insects detour around, he suddenly thought, since luminous stones and wild grasses could synthesize into luminous grass, what about large pyroxene stones and other plants? What about trees? Or cockroach mushrooms? Could synthesizing them with large pyroxene stones result in newer and stronger transformations? If the synthesized results could all be controlled, then synthesizing cockroaches or lizards into bioenhancements he could control, would it result in special strengthened creatures? At that moment, his mind was a chaotic whirl, swarming with countless ideas, countless combinations, filling him with more and more anticipation for the future. The next morning, he went out to the courtyard. He did not look at the luminous grass. Its effects were already very clear to him last night. Yu Hong walked up to the rough, simple earthen mound in the courtyard. Looking at the mound that barely reached his knee, he extended his hand. He pressed his palm against the rough, simple wall of the earthen mound. Fortify the courtyard wall.
Yu Hong silently recited.
This was his test, a probe. All previous enhancements involved small items. This time, he planned to test an increase in the size of the enhancement. From the enhancements made during this time, he discovered that the Black Mark's enhancements mainly originated from his perspective, the scope he viewed things. Simply put, the target of enhancement was primarily controlled by him, the size, concept, and boundary. If he regarded a section as a whole, the Black Mark would do the same, taking in the whole section for evaluation, determining whether it could be enhanced and providing a countdown value. So, at this moment, he planned to conduct an unprecedented test. That was crunch, crunch. In the deep mountains, a towering figure like a bear walked briskly across the dry forest filled with fallen leaves, occasionally stopping to reassess the direction of his progress. Almost there, the figure abruptly stopped and carved a triangle into the bark beside him. Looking up, he revealed a slightly worried face. It was White Python Guasudong, rushing all the way here. He surveyed the area, then dashed forward a few steps and leaped up, grabbing a thick tree trunk with one hand. Then, using his strength, he swung himself forward, flipped, climbed onto the trunk, and, after stabilizing himself, gazed into the distance. On a small hill in the distance, he could vaguely make out the silhouette of a gray-white dilapidated building. Baichio Village, finally. According to the information, that person should be nearby. He jumped down from the trunk, picked up his pace, and headed towards the village. 2 consecutive groups of people have disappeared near here. Either there's some troublesome danger here, or it's the work of someone. White Python made his way swiftly through the mountains and forests, silver-gray dagger appearing in his hand, held in a reverse grip. Half an hour later, he reached the gravel road outside Baicho village. Standing on the road, peering into the village. Deep alleys, pitch-black doorways and windows, lifeless houses and walls. White Python clutched a small bag of luminous stones in his other hand, slowly stepping into the village. But he only took a few steps inside before stopping to carefully examine the ground. Quickly, he seemed to have noticed something, stood up, and slowly retreated, exiting the village's boundary, then circled around Baicho village. Round after round, he spent over an hour thoroughly examining and scouting out the entire village. No footprints of human activity. White Python decisively turned, heading down the hillside. According to the information, if the person isn't in the village, they should be living in a nearby cave, which shouldn't be far. I need to search carefully, he muttered to himself, following a path away from the village, soon disappearing into the forest. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Yu Hong pressed one hand against the earthen mound in the courtyard. With his eyes slightly closed, he quietly maintained this position. After several minutes, once he regained his inner calmness, he repeated in his heart. Asterisk, fortify the courtyard walls. Materialize reinforcement. Make them taller and thicker. Asterisk. Asterisk. In an instant, a black line flowed from the black mark on the back of his hand, merging into the courtyard wall. Soon after, a black countdown surprisingly appeared on the mound in front of Yu Hong. 15 days, 6 hours, 44 minutes. At the sight of the countdown, an indescribable joy spread across Yu Hong's face. It can actually be done. Although the time was long, requiring 15 days, it was likely due to the large size, far exceeding any previous ordinary enhancements. Yet a circle of walls, no matter how short or small, inherently weighed far more than those previous items. With this thought, an idea flashed through his mind. If I improve the walls myself as much as possible, could it significantly shorten the reinforcement time? Asterisk. Moreover, if the courtyard wall can be enhanced, what about a water puddle? Could it be enhanced into a well? Or, rather, could the entire cave safe house be enhanced together? Even if it takes longer, if it could become a multi-room underground shelter in one go, it would save so much hassle. Asterisk. Knowing that the black mark's enhancement was based on his conceptual understanding, as a whole for evaluation. If I imagine the entire underground planet as a single entity, could it enhance the planet directly? Yu Hong speculated boldly in his heart. Thinking of this, he put aside this unrealistic fantasy, yearning to complete the courtyard wall quickly. But, unfortunately, he had run out of regular luminous stones and needed to go to the ore mine to replenish his supplies. Otherwise, the silver talisman arrays would suffice, but regular arrays and large pyroxene stones would lack the materials. Returning to the cave, in a great mood, he packed his backpack, grabbed his tools, locked the door, and headed straight for the pyroxene ore mine. And just shortly after he left, a sturdy figure like a bear quietly emerged from the forest, setting eyes upon the cave safe house surrounded by the courtyard. The figure crouched down, moving to a spot behind a tree trunk. Placing down his backpack, he retrieved a mask, helmet, and bulletproof gear, then carefully put them on one by one. After preparing adequately, he slowly advanced toward the cave, revealing eyes that harbored a touch of concern. It was none other than White Python Guasudong, investigating the surrounding area. Chapter 59, Hope 3.
Piroxene ore mine.
In a canyon not far from the stone house of the post office, several natural stone wall caves were quietly embedded in the gray and white mountain walls, surrounded by vines, green grass, and dead leaves. A few scattered birds perched on the dried vines above the caves, screaming shrilly. As evening approached, a tall figure slowly emerged from one of the caves. The figure was dressed in a full set of black bulletproof gear, the thick armor pushing his height from about 1.7 meters to nearly 1.8 meters. Beneath the helmet were pure gray goggles and a pitch-black metal filter mask, from which breathing sounds continuously emanated. "It's rare to see birds." The figure looked up at the birds outside the cave. The 3 birds on the dried vines hopped a few times and looked down at him too. All 3 birds had gray-brown feathers, dirty all over. Their feathers even knotted, with dried blood remaining on their pale yellow sharp beaks. "Has the environment become so abnormal that even the birds are not normal?" The figure sighed, looking down at the red value, starting to change on his collar, the data fluctuating between 20 and 40. This was just at the entrance of the mine, and it wasn't like this just now. But now, holding the bag of luminous stones, Yu Hong knew that this rare sighting of 3 birds likely indicated a problem. The cheerfulness he initially felt at seeing the birds slowly subsided in his heart. What in this world is normal anymore? Holding the luminous stones, he no longer looked upwards but took big strides toward the direction of his return. The pyroxene or mine had nothing unusual. A very normal scene with no shadows, no black worms, no plants, pure and clean. But the only problem was radiation. He dared not stay long because according to the experimental records obtained by Jenny, the radiation from the luminous stones indeed could make a person stupid. Carrying a large bag full of luminous stones, Yu Hong hurried along the mountain path through the forest. Soon, 20 minutes later, the sky was about to completely darken. The outline of the cave ahead was dimly visible. Yu Hong sped up his steps. In such a dangerous environment, seeing the safe and warm cave that could shelter him from the wind and rain naturally sparked an urge in him to hurry back and rest. "I'll start a fire when I get back. The temperature difference between day and night is getting bigger, and recently there's been more moisture in the cave. If the solar power is usable and I can get some electric lights, it would be much more comfortable." He thought about heading to Lee Russians to pre-order light bulbs and wires, which were very cheap. He had also inquired about them the last time they traded goods. The real challenge was the generator needed to light the bulbs. Solar generators were truly difficult to obtain. It was said that the main factory producing them, due to several large-scale terrorist attacks, had suffered many worker deaths and machinery damage. The previously decent production had halted abruptly. Now they were urgently looking for a new location to rebuild, and with a shortage in raw materials, it wouldn't be possible to resume production anytime soon. So now, good solar panels were in short supply. Thinking of this, Yu Hong felt even more fortunate, glad that he had the black mark to enhance his abilities. Otherwise, he returned to the cave, stepping over the earthen mound in the courtyard and entering the grassy yard filled with luminous stones. Entering there, the LCD display on his collar rapidly showed a negative red value. Feeling as though he was surrounded by a sense of security, Yu Hong's mood relaxed further as he walked to the wooden door and reached for his keys, aiming them at the keyhole. Snap! A crisp sound as a powerful force precisely struck the key from the side. The key flew out and fell onto the grass. Yu Hong was also stunned for a moment, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. He only felt a tremor in his hand as the key was forcibly ripped away. What was that? The key was knocked away by something? In a second, he swiftly snapped out of his daze, his body tensed, letting go of the bag of luminous stones and grabbing the Wolf Fong club. But by then, a new change had already occurred. Thud, thud, thud. Simultaneous with the key being struck away, rapid stomping sounds came from behind. The sound was fast, so fast that from hearing it to it closing in took only 2 seconds. And in those 2 seconds, all Yu Hong had time to do was swiftly turn around, tighten his grip on the Wolf Fong club, and try to assess the situation. His lack of professional training was still apparent. In the moment after he turned around, without seeing anything clearly, a shadow, large as a black bear, swiftly closed in, elbow locked around his neck. A massive force combined with impact slammed him hard against the wooden door. Bang! The wooden door shook, and Yu Hong felt something tightly grabbing his neck. If not for the tough alloy plates of his suit, he might have been unable to breathe by now. Even so, A strong force was already emanating from both sides of his neck, the opponent attempting to swiftly restrain him and knock him unconscious. This was a particularly dangerous area on the human body. Once grabbed correctly, it could make a person pass out in seconds. This was not an issue of blood circulation, but rather a forced stimulation of the body's own nerve mechanisms. Hence, it was also one of the common lethal moves in many ground combat systems. The opponent's strength was surprisingly huge, forcefully locking onto Yu Hong's neck and dragging him down the stone steps. The two fell onto the grass, crushing a small area of luminous stone grass in the courtyard. Thump, thump, thump. Yu Hong frantically slapped at the arm holding him, but to no avail. His strength was far inferior to his opponent's. Fortunately, the enhanced suit provided excellent protection for his neck. The alloy plates firmly blocked the grip, and aside from being unable to move, there was no immediate danger. Suddenly, Yu Hong's expression dramatically changed. Through the goggles, he saw a metal tool with a curved hook, held in a sturdy hand, rapidly stabbing toward the filter device of his mask. The mask itself was alloy bulletproof, but the only flaw was the ventilation filter valves on the sides. At this moment, the opponent's target was clearly the filter valves. The protection there was standard material, just covered with a layer of steel wire mesh on the outside, far less strong than other parts. If the metal tool penetrated, the entire protective system of the mask would be completely compromised. Unfortunately, Yu Hong's strength was not enough to break free from the opponent's grip. After a muffled bang, a filter valve was punctured. The slightly chilly air outside surged into the mask, causing his facial pores to tighten suddenly. "I can't go on like this." A strong sense of threat surged into his heart. Yu Hong immediately mobilized his inner chi, and his body's strength burst forth with full force. "Ah!" He bellowed aloud, his continuous physical power enabling him to fiercely smash backwards with his club. This smash was aimed at the head of an attacker behind him. The Wolf Fang club was swung with all his might, not even caring about potential collateral damage. Yu Hong bet his helmet was far tougher than his opponent's. Bang! A dull sound. The Wolf Fang club struck the edge of his own helmet, missing the target. That meant the assailant had let go. Yu Hong indeed felt the immense force on his neck vanish, and his body relaxed all at once. He hurriedly scrambled to his feet, took a couple of steps forward, and turned around to look behind him. Bang! Before he could stabilize, his chest was struck heavily by another collision. The exterior of his ballistic suit was deeply gashed by something unknown. The immense impact made him stagger backward several steps, his head spinning, unable to focus his vision for a moment. Unfortunately, the opponent didn't wait for him to recover, but took the opportunity to sprint closer and delivered a punch straight to the head. Bang! Yu Hong was hit so hard he nearly lifted off the ground, falling backwards heavily onto the ground. In the pyroxene or mine courtyard, at that moment, two tall figures, both clad in bulletproof suits, one in a camouflage suit, landed a heavy punch on the chin of a figure in a black suit. The powerful punch sent the opponent slightly airborne, falling backward. Strong protection, but it's a pity it's worn by a useless person. White Python Guosudong flexed his right fist and quickly rushed toward Yu Hong, who was trying to get up again. Bang! A sharp kick landed brutally on Yu Hong's abdomen. The tremendous impact sent him flying and crashing into a dirt hillock behind him. That's enough. Guosudong, looking at Yu Hong who could no longer stand, drew a slender, high-strength rope from behind his waist and slowly walked over. For him, the difficulty of this task was supposed to lie in the unknown dangers around, the rest seemingly not challenging. Approaching, he suddenly brought his knee up, lunging it toward Yu Hong's head with a knee strike. Bang! The knee strike hit the target squarely, but to his surprise, it didn't hit the chin but the chest instead. Moreover, the hard alloy plate on the opponent's chest actually made his knee ache from the block. Even though he was also wearing a bulletproof suit equipped with knee pads. This guy still has strength? After being entangled for so long, where both struggled with their strength, such direct confrontation drained both of their physical strength greatly, yet now this guy unexpectedly, surprised by the opponent's stamina, Guosudong struck at the wrong spot, quickly sidestepped to gain distance. This also conveniently avoided an explosive punch from the opponent. He circled to his opponent's back, his right hand flashing a sharp dagger, and slashed at his back. Rip! The blade was blocked. Guosudong wasn't surprised. He was just looking for a weak spot in the opponent's protective suit. For a time, his movements light and rapid. He circled around Yu Hong, with knife, fist, and leg strikes raining down like heavy artillery on Yu Hong. The difference in their combat awareness was too great, with Guosudong almost treating Yu Hong as a mere target for his beating.
Bang 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 bang.
In the courtyard, like two billiard balls, one active and constantly rolling and striking, the other passive, being helplessly knocked around everywhere. Soon, a glint of brightness passed through Guosudong's eyes beneath the helmet. He seemed to have found a weak spot in the opponent's suit. The sturdy alloy plates and ceramic pieces indeed provided strong protection, but large alloy plates also similarly restricted the opponent's movement fluidity and continuity. Slightly larger movements would be hindered by the friction of the alloy plates, reducing speed and strength. So, the opponent's weakness was flexibility. Use joint techniques. Guosudong instantly found a strategy. A bulletproof suit, no matter what, couldn't restrict joint movements. Otherwise the wearer would become a zombie. So as long as joints could still move, and there was range and space for movement, joint techniques could be used to directly incapacitate the opponent's mobility. He discarded the dagger in his hand, circled half around, made a dash, a direct kick.
Bang!
This kick landed squarely on the opponent's side waist, sending him flying several meters, falling to the ground. It's over. Guosudong took 2 quick strides, lunged into a jump, and his elbow in a free fall smashed onto the opponent's back. His body weight of over 260 pounds, combined with the downward force of acceleration, made a heavy impact centered on the elbow tip, instantly dulling Yu Hong's whole body. Even with the bulletproof suit mitigating some impact, such blunt force was incomparable to bullets and stab wounds.
Bang!
Yu Hong lay on the ground, his right wrist seized, twisted backward in a reverse grip, and held firmly. His forearm was pinned against his back by a knee from behind, immobile. Fortunately, the reinforced suit, even against reverse joint techniques, had some high-strength ceramic pieces restricting it. His forearm was pressed down, his left hand pinned to the ground, unable to turn over, leaving him in a prone position on the ground, unable to move. Chapter 60 Hope 4. Crack. Within the joints of the bulletproof suit, ceramic pieces groaned under immense pressure, slowly revealing hairline cracks on the white ceramics. The cracks multiplied, becoming denser and denser. Once they broke, Yu Hong's right arm would snap in an instant. Without protection, his combat skills would be useless against his opponent. By now, his Wolf Fang club had long been lost. A growing pain was emanating from his right forearm. The two once again engaged in a battle of strength. Ah! Yu Hong roared fiercely, his right leg kicking hard against the opponent's back.
Bang! 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 Bang!
The power of his heavily trained heavy leg skill, which had significantly strengthened his legs, was now desperately exerted. Blow after blow, over 10 in rapid succession. Finally, the two abruptly separated. Guosudong dodged the back kick by turning sideways, rolled over, grabbed the Wolf Fang club from the ground, and swung it forward. The black Wolf Fang club, spiked, crashed harshly against the outer side of Yu Hong's arm. Thud! 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 Blow after blow, Guosudong growled, his eyes beginning to bloodshot, showing signs of exhaustion. Thud! The fourth heavy strike. He used all his strength, gripping the Wolf Fang club tightly, and struck hard against the opponent's guarding arms. A dull noise. Guosudong watched as his opponent fell backward onto the ground, motionless, seemingly unable to get up. Huff! 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 He looked down, dropped the slightly bent Wolf Fang club, picked up the high-strength rope that had just fallen, and walked towards his opponent. But after only a few steps, he stopped abruptly, his pupils slightly contracting. Across from him, about 5 or 6 meters away, Yu Hong was once again struggling to his feet, breathing heavily. Despite sounding extremely tired through the damaged breathing valve, possibly close to his limit. But no matter what, this guy was up again. Ah! Guosudong roared again, sprinting forward, powering a kick. Thud! A direct hit. Yu Hong was once again thrown backward, crashing into an earthen mound. Not letting him rise, Guosudong followed closely, delivering punch after punch fiercely to his head. More than a dozen punches in rapid succession. Guosudong then grabbed Yu Hong's right hand, twisting it back. But this move was blocked. Yu Hong lifted his foot for a swift low sweep. The strike was fast, nearly hitting Guosudong's shin. The sudden burst surprised Guosudong, who hastily let go and retreated, avoiding the sweep and putting distance between them. He then seized the opportunity while his opponent was disoriented, running forward again, stepping sideways for a kick. His right leg, like a heavy cannon, amassed all his strength and heavily struck Yu Hong's chest. Thud! This blow was even stronger than the previous ones. The massive impact sent Yu Hong flying through the air off the mound, traveling 2 to 3 meters before crashing down heavily onto the grass outside the yard. Finally, he lay still. All was quiet. Guosudong's skin turned red, his eyes bloodshot, veins on his facial muscles prominently bulging, breathing heavily like a bellows. He too was nearly at his limit. The consecutive full-force explosions in the fight had also drained him greatly. He had not expected prior to this that this guy would be so resilient. If it had been a normal bulletproof suit, this man would have been done long ago. The protective suit's strength and coverage were exaggerated. Whether against piercing, blunt trauma, or submission holds, it offered extremely comprehensive protection. It was only now that they had slightly broken through the protective suit. Thinking of this, Guosudong's eyes brightened. If he himself could have one of these protective suits, then his safety would be greatly enhanced. A mere ordinary man in this suit could last this long. If he wore it, his combat effectiveness would surely reach the zenith. Perhaps he could even stand against that guy. Thinking this, Guosudong quickly moved towards his opponent. But after just a few steps, he abruptly stopped again, his eyes under the helmet staring intently at the other side, his expression one of disbelief. On the grass opposite, that black figure was once again slowly rising. That guy, he could still move? Guosudong's scalp tingled, a hint of trepidation rising from the bottom of his confident heart. You bastard! He flipped out of the yard, lifting his knee for a strike. Right to the face. Thud! Yu Hong was knocked backward by the tremendous force, and before he could stabilize, he was kicked in the chest again. Followed by another kick, an airborne strike to his chin. The immense force caused him to float slightly in the air, his whole body stiffening for a moment. Then before he could land, another flurry of punches and elbows rained down on his head and chest. The massive impact sent him crashing back to the ground. But the opponent didn't stop. He moved in closer, delivering a flying knee strike. Bang! Yu Hong's chest alloy plate had already been bent inward, and it was sunk even further by this blow. The assault was relentless, continuing without pause. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Bang! Another kick sent Yu Hong tumbling to the ground, motionless once again. Guosudong was gasping like a bull, soaked in sweat, his eyes faintly twinkling with white spots. This time, you should be down, right? He struggled to move forward step by step, picking up a rope and walking toward his opponent. He had only covered half the distance. When he stopped again, his gaze fixed on the black figure that was slowly rising once more. He finally felt a chill running from his spine straight up to his crown. He stared fixedly at the opposite side, at the black figure who was slowly getting up. A massive sense of helplessness and terror surged in his heart. Damn it! You! A strong disbelief mixed with overwhelming fear and helplessness fueled a sudden burst of rage within him. You monster! Just die! Guosudong completely lost it. He roared and charged forward recklessly. his right leg kicking out with all his strength. Just at that moment, Yu Hong instantly raised his leg, his inner chi bursting forth, sweeping forward in a low arc. This low sweep was much faster than before, taking advantage of the opponent's complete loss of form and rationality. Both men struck almost simultaneously, but Yu Hong's burst was faster and stronger than Guosudong's. Whish, crack. Guosudong's lower leg, like a dry branch, was instantly broken by the burst of inner chi. He was just a fraction away from hitting Yu Hong, but that fraction became an eternally uncompleted mission. The severe pain from his broken leg and loss of balance caused him to collapse to the ground. Before he could get up, Yu Hong stepped forward, his boot ejecting a spike, and he kicked with all his might, his inner chi bursting. Piercing thud. The spike on his boot, driven by the formidable force, struck the opponent's chest. The spike pierced through Guosudong's chest and sternum. Then as inner chi was injected, it exploded. Bang! Guosudong fell to the ground, his body trembling. The explosive flesh and blood were completely encased by the bulletproof suit. From the outside, only a small cut at the chest leaked blood. But internally, his entire chest cavity was obliterated by the inner chi explosion, leaving no chance for life. He opened his mouth, trying to say something, but his completely destroyed lungs prevented any sound. He couldn't understand. He couldn't comprehend what this opponent was. Despite being struck so many times by him, even with the protection of super-strong armor, the impact and blunt trauma were real, as was the massive drain on physical strength. After such a long fight, the opponent was still able to unleash such terrifying force. He couldn't understand because it defied all logic. He had knocked down his opponent countless times, but all it took was one hit from his opponent. Luminous stone disease, perhaps. Guosudong's mind flashed with this possibility. He had heard that some people with luminous stone disease gained powerful mutant abilities, such as strength, speed, or endurance. But even for those with luminous stone disease, no case had exceeded human limits. And yet this guy, his consciousness gradually blurred and became chaotic. Guosudong collapsed on the ground, his head hitting the grass hard, his eyes wide open, gradually fading into silence. Yu Hong walked over to him, bent down to quickly search him, then retrieved the keys and returned to the mountain cave safe house. Struggling to take off the reinforced suit, he sat down with a thump, leaning against the fireplace, covered in blood. These were cuts from the bent alloy plates and ceramic shards compressed under the massive kinetic impact, which, despite the high protective quality of the reinforced suit, couldn't entirely negate the force. My wrist is twisted, chest swollen. Yu Hong laboriously checked his injuries. My head is a bit dizzy, probably from the heavy leg skill kick to the chin, a bit of concussion. It was fortunate he had strong gear. He briefly thought that without this suit, that last kick would have sent him straight to meet Jenny and her daughter. And my right leg. He took off his boots, eyeing the swollen and bruised toes with nails flipped up, and sighed. This guy, so strong. Apart from being a bit fragile, this attacker had overwhelmingly suppressed him in almost every aspect. If he hadn't relied on his inner chi to restore his physical strength and launched a sneak attack at the last moment, the outcome would have been uncertain. He had always thought that, with the reinforced suit, handling people should be manageable. But now it seemed, this time his opponent, his combat skills far surpassed his own, his strength sufficient to bend alloy plates. This guy was just a pauper, not as well equipped as me. But if next time someone comes with gear not far off from mine, no, it doesn't even need to be the same, just close enough, weapons strong enough to pierce through defense, I would definitely be in trouble. Yu Hong took out iodine, began applying it to his wounds, while reflecting on the opponent he had encountered. Where did he come from? Why did he attack me? What was his purpose? Why, with protective gear, didn't he use a gun? Questions continuously sprouted. He needed to understand who was behind this. Being attacked repeatedly, Yu Hong knew he couldn't keep being passively hit. He needed to understand the causes and figure out a way to prevent any future threats.